half an hour late, but still alive. Rejoice, people. Your lass is here. Right. Let's go to my channel. Get that sorted. Right. Get that. My YouTube. No. Now for my Twitch. Yes, I know I'm live. And yes, phone, I know I'm live. Yes, I'm live. There, my chat. Rejoice, comrades, main captain. Ahoy. Hello, you delightful maniac. I suppose since he's the Scottish Labour leader, I better fucking show his fucking statement. As you can tell, I am not a big fan of Anna Sarwar. For many, many reasons. Oh, by the way, he is my list MSP for here in Glasgow. So, he's basically on the list. My actual I learned when I went canvassing. My current MSP, Bob Doris, because of the boundary changes, I'm losing him. His seat's getting moved a little bit. It's getting rejigged. So I have no idea. I've got a horrible, horrible fucking feeling that this area that I currently live in, because it's getting grouped with either Easterhouse or Denniston, that we're going to get some Labour wank. Fucking hell. I hope we don't. I hope it's an SNP person that gets voted back in for this area. Can't be doing with any more fucking Labour. I just want the party to fucking die. Let's bring up my Twitch chat on my phone, shall we? Go to my dashboard. I'll be there momentarily, main captain. Stream manager. My god, I've already got 4 people. Hello, comrades. I was trying to aim for 11:30. Something waylaid me, and you do not need to know what. Just now. Yeah, well done, the National. What is... Okay, bearded coffee rant. Are you that close to a different postcode change? Okay. Let's get this over and done with. By the way, it's more than likely going to be Sky News. And a Star Wars statement. Oh, is there one from the guy? Oh, this is the shorter one. Fuck, I'll go with the Sky News one.
Done a lot of thinking over the last few days, and I am clear that I have to do what's right for my country, Scotland. This isn't easy, and it's not without pain, as I have a genuine friendship with Keir Starmer. But my first priority and my first loyalty is to my country.
No accounting for taste, but he is Scottish Labour. And a Sarwar, everyone.
And I am not willing to sacrifice Scotland's NHS, our schools, our communities, our towns, cities, villages and islands to a third decade of an SNP government. That's why the distraction needs to end and the...
Annis, you're polling third. SNP are in the lead by some margin. Reformer second. You're third. You've pulled a little bit ahead with the Scottish Greens. More groundwork is needed, but it is only February. There's another 3 months essentially. So basically the rest of February, all of March and all of April. So plenty of time to do lots of canvassing all over the shop to get those poll numbers up. But right now, as it currently stands, you're polling third. You've got more chance of becoming an emir than you do of becoming First Minister. And I say the same for Reform, because hopefully they won't get any fucking constituencies. I'm worried about the border regions in Aberdeen, obviously. They won't get any of the major cities. People in urban Scotland do not vote for right-wing shithouse parties like Reform, or parties in terminal decline like Labour. The Outer Hebrides do have a nasty habit of voting Lib Dem. Yeah. But most of the major cities are SNP strongholds now. Yeah. This great city that I live in used to be held by Labour, all of it. Then once we realised they're not fucking doing anything for us, we put it their arse. We seem to have backslid a bit for the Westminster elections, so all the ones in the north and parts of the east here in Glasgow have all went running back to Labour so we can get rid of the Tories. Yes, that's happened.
Leadership in Downing Street has to change. It is so obvious that we desperately need change in Scotland. And in 3 months' time, the opportunity to get rid of a failing SNP government is one that is too important to be missed. We cannot allow the failures at the heart of Downing Street to mean the failures continue here in Scotland. Because
he's got a point. Yeah. So dirty. I hate when I have to agree with this bastard. Fucking hell. But yeah, this current clown show that's happening down in Westminster, just fucking hell. I want to know where in the city this was held. I'd be curious to find out. Let's see. It's going to... is playing... My country, Scotland, it's not your country. Glasgow belongs to us, at least, as the old motto goes. That's why the distraction needs to end. You've got a point. It is obvious that we desperately need change in Scotland, and in 3 months' time, the opportunity to get rid of a failing SNP government. Don't get me wrong, there are issues, but we can overcome them. Bobby. A desperate yet predictable move by the Scottish Labour leader. That's incredibly cynical. But also true. You can't stop us when we're at our best, and we usually are quite good at snark and being sarcastic bastards and slating these crap politicians, essentially. Especially politicians like Annas.
Because the election in May is not without consequence for the lives of Scots. We have an NHS crisis where too many Scots can't access the treatment they need and when they need it. We have a housing emergency.
I disprove you. I exist. My experience and lots of my friends and family members have similar experiences to me. I've not really had a problem. Quick turnaround time to see my GP. I have regular appointments with my specialists, my rheumatologist and my haematologist. And I'm getting to see my pulmonary expert, essentially, just to see how the lungs are doing. Rejoice, comrades, the resident philosopher. That's Ribby. Look who it is. I thought, since he's the Scottish Labour leader and I am Scottish, I thought I'd better cover him. No. I had to agree with him, I feel dirty.
With more than 10,000 Scottish children homeless right now. And we have too many young...
We had a plan for that. You kept on trying to change it. We wanted to help get these kids into houses. But the SNP does say us, not the Scottish Greens, because I'm in Scottish Greens. But the SNP had a plan for that. You lot kept on voting it down with some of the Tory scum. Some of the Lib Dems are kind of relatively decent in Holyrood. Just some of them. And they don't like having homeless children. There is a bit of a divergence from the Lib Dems down in the House of Commons than some of the Lib Dems up here in Holyrood. Just a couple of them are actual human beings who want to put children into homes. But you and the scum kept on voting it down. That was a few elections ago, by the way. So I don't know when he came in. Because I don't think he was leader at the time. But the Scottish Labour kept on. We needed more. We needed some of the opposition to actually back us. So that was probably a while ago, actually.
People not feeling safe at school or on our streets or missing out on the opportunities they deserve. And we have an SNP government that is addicted to secrecy and cover-ups with devastating consequences. That's why I have to be on.
When I was watching this live earlier on, I nearly lost my face laughing. Seriously, my face was hurting me because I was laughing at that. That's rich. Seriously, Annas. You had me have a little mini laughing fit of laughter for a good few minutes. Well done. Usually just get a snort of derision from me, not full-blown gales of laughter. The way I have my headphones, one of them's off. I've got a welt on my ear. It's, I don't know. Some of my other headphones have caused it, so it's just here. And having this on hurts it and reopens it. So I have it like this. And when I was watching that, Super Hubby was on his chair over there, and he heard that, and he just turned around because I heard him snort. He said, "Did he really just say that?" Aye. He said, "Where is this press conference? It's somewhere here." If you find out where it is, I'll go down and ask Aras what he was, why he said that bollocks. And I could see Super Hubby actually doing that. I've no idea how Aras would deal with my husband. I suppose it would be fun to see.
Honest about failure wherever I see it. The situation in Downing Street is not good enough. There have been too many mistakes. They promised they were going to be different, but too much has happened. Have there been good things? Of course there have, many of them. But no one knows them and no one can hear them because they're being drowned out. That's why it cannot continue. I am proud to have played my part in removing a Tory government that was doing so much damage to Scotland. And having a Labour government matters. I am proud of my Scottish Labour MPs who did the hard work, persuaded our fellow Scots, ran a historic and successful campaign, and who have spent every day since fighting for Scotland's interests.
Give me a minute.
I'm proud of these Scottish Labour ministers serving at every level of government, delivering for Scotland. I want them to stay.
Seriously, people like Douglas Alexander. I despise that Blairite piece of scum. He got voted out. Mary Black fucking replaced him. But just like the bad penny, keeps on coming back, finding its way. And they get parachuted into safe seats. The people voted him out. That shows that we didn't fucking want him. Didn't want Ian Murray either. He didn't get parachuted in. He's basically in the rejigged boundaries of what his seat was when he got voted in. But Douglas Alexander literally represented a seat here in Glasgow, the Greater Glasgow and Renfrewshire, Paisley. He got voted out, but no, these bastards just keep on getting parachuted back in because we're never done with Blairites. I seriously hope Douglas Alexander loses his seat at the next general election. I really fucking do. I hope he gets replaced with another SNP. Or maybe even a Scottish Green if we're big enough by the time the next general election comes around. But I'll take an SNP. I'll be fine with that. But these Blairites, they just keep on fucking coming out the woodwork. Gonna stop foisting these bastards on us, please. We vote them out and you just parachute them into somewhere else. Fuck off. Scottish people don't want them. Are we getting loud enough yet?
In government. Because I said right at the start that my first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. That's why they must continue to defend and protect Scotland's interests.
The reason I think for this is because he's probably seeing this slowly getting eroded over the last 18 months since the general election in 2024. And all these policies that Scotland aren't liking, essentially. And the Blairite scum just back in control, essentially. So he's looking at polls for Scottish Labour up here for the holiday elections in May and thinking, fuck, I need to do something. Don't get me wrong, I agree with him for what he's saying here, that Starmer needs to go. I believe that. He does need to go. I don't like the bastard. But it's kind of self-serving. He's trying to get the polls so he gets into second place and pushes Reform down to third. He's not going to get to the top. He's not going to lead the... they're not going to lead in the polls. I'd love to know Kezia's opinion. I really would. Kezia, I have no idea if you watch me. If you happen across my live stream when I'm streaming, or when I publish them on YouTube or Twitch, feel free to take a look. Sorry I slate Anna so much, but I don't like the man. Fuck it. And stop parachuting in these fucking Blairites. We keep on voting them out, and yet they still come back. So this is somewhat self-serving and somewhat trying to address what's happening in Westminster and in Number 10.
Keir Starmer is a decent man, and it is no secret that I've always got on well with him, and he has dedicated his life to public service. I have also dedicated myself to public service, and I need to decide what I'm willing to accept and what I'm willing to tolerate. The people of this great country, Scotland, are crying out for competent government, for transparency, for honesty, and for...
Scrubby, would you agree with me this is somewhat self-serving? A little bit. Somewhat, so half and half between basically fucking need to say something because we're third in the polls and I'm not going to be First Minister. You're not going to be First Minister anyway, Annas, by the way. So, you might become the party of opposition if you actually do better policies. Always a possibility. Chances. I can see why he's doing this. I can. You have to remember I used to be Scottish Labour. For my sins. I was active for many years, but when I said to my middle sister, who is still a party member, I don't know how she's feeling about all this happening. I've been trying to encourage her. I need to trust them. They're not nice people. Look what they've done to Corbyn. I would hope that she would leave at some point.
Delivery. They want to see politics that is open and accountable. They want to see leaders who put the national interest before themselves. That is the standard I will always apply. In 3 months, we have an election that must be about one thing and one thing only: Scotland. That is my duty, that is my priority, that is my loyalty, and that is Scotland's choice. Thank you. I'll open up for some questions. I'll take Glenn Campbell from the BBC.
Just spell out why you want change and why you think that will end what you call distraction. Wouldn't it just plunge your party and the country into further chaos as a new leader is sought?
I think the reality is, Glenn, that there are so many achievements of a UK Labour government, so many good things that are happening across our country. But if you ask people, they can't see them and they can't hear them because the leadership in Downing Street has become a huge distraction. And I've had to think about my own priority, and my own priority, my first loyalty, is to Scotland. And Scotland needs to fundamentally take the opportunity for change here in Scotland in 3 months' time.
But who do you want to replace Keir Starmer? And if that
let me be
a leadership contest, won't that cause months of chaos?
Let me be really clear. I am not supporting or backing any alternative or any candidate. This is not about MPs versus MSPs. This is about what is right for Scotland. And it is for the UK Cabinet, it is for Downing Street, it is for the UK Labour Party to decide any process, any timeline and what comes next. Colin Mackay from STB.
You told me on Thursday you thought that Keir Starmer would still be Prime Minister come the election in May. What's changed since Thursday?
Well, what I said to you, Colin, was that yes, he could, but we needed answers. And I think, to be honest, the answers and the issues are much broader now. There have been too many incidences where the wrong judgment calls have been made. There have been too many mistakes, and that is distracting from the vital work of government, and it's also distracting from the big choice that people in Scotland have to make in 3 months' time, and that's why I think it needs to change in Downing Street.
Have you told the Prime Minister about this statement before making it?
Yes, I spoke to the Prime Minister earlier today, and I think it's safe
comrades,
to say that
Natok.
he and I
Hi, Natok.
disagreed. Conor Gillies from Sky.
Anna Sarwar, one of your own Scottish Labour MPs is reacting to what you're saying here, calling it idiotic, immature, incoherent and self-defeating. It's playing right into your opponent's hands, according to that senior figure. Have you done this to blame the Prime Minister if you failed to become First Minister in May? And second of all, if you don't mind, last year you called Peter Mandelson an old friend when it was public knowledge that he had links with Jeffrey Epstein. How do we take you seriously on cleaning up politics when one of your own Scottish Labour MSPs is best friends with a convicted paedophile?
Well, let me first say that the approach of briefings I have always called out. And that's why I'm not taking the approach of briefing, I'm not taking the approach of talking to journalists in private. I'm being upfront and honest about my view and my first priority and my first loyalty being to Scotland. And that's why I'm doing what I believe is best for Scotland. And let me also be clear that Peter Mandelson is not someone or something I want to be associated with. I met him in his capacity as the ambassador ambassador to the US because that was the right thing to do in Scotland's interest. But should he have been appointed the ambassador? No. Should he be a member of the Labour Party? No. Should he have a seat in the House of Lords? He shouldn't, and it's right now that he is investigated by the police. Peter Smith from ITV.
Who else did you speak to about delivering this speech today? Who knew that this was coming?
Look, I've obviously spoken to those in my own team. I have had many conversations with many figures across the UK Labour family, both in government and out, and I've been really honest with them about my view, the situation we're in, how I believe this is intolerable, and that I am going to do what I think is right for my country, Scotland. I could have chose to stay quiet, to keep the head below the parapet, and just carry on as if everything was fine for the next 3 months. But my first loyalty and my first priority is to Scotland. And Scotland so desperately needs a different kind of government in Scotland. I mean, you think about some of the things I've been speaking about in the last few weeks. We have had the most intolerable cover-up at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, where lives were lost, families were lied to, staff were gaslit. Do we really want to sacrifice Scotland's NHS to a third decade of the SNP? We have children that are feeling unsafe in the classroom or on the streets because of knife crime or the challenge of mobile phones and social media. Do we want a government that's going to stand up on those issues and fight young people's corner? Do we want to sacrifice another generation to SNP government? No. I'm not willing to sacrifice Scotland and Scotland's services and Scotland's towns, cities, villages and islands to a third decade of SNP government. So I am going to do what's right by my country, Scotland.
Did you speak to either Wes Streeting or Andy Burnham before giving this speech, and would you expect others to also come forward and repeat your message?
Well, I've spoken to many figures both in and out of the Cabinet. It is for them to decide their own view and what they choose to do or not do. I'm making my own decision based upon my own view, being my own man. And I'm going to put... not at all, and it's for others to do their own decisions and make their own minds up about what they feel is tolerable. This isn't good enough, it needs to change, and I'm going to do what's right by my country, Scotland. Catherine from Channel 4.
Is your position anyone is better than Keir Starmer? And secondly, are you comfortable being the public face that pulls the trigger on a Prime Minister, but some of your
There we
colleagues,
go.
including the
That's
Welsh
better.
First Minister,
You can see the chat on my screen now. Thank God.
Well, first of all, as I said, I'm going to do what I think is right by my country, Scotland. This is not a coordination. I'm not speaking to others about what they do or don't do. That is for other people to decide. Ultimately, it's for those in number 10, those around the cabinet table and those in the UK Labour Party to decide what happens next, the process, the timeline, or who comes next. That's not a matter for me. The only job that I'm concentrating on is making sure that we change the government here in Scotland, remove John Swinney and the SNP from office, so we can take a different approach here in Scotland.
If this was wrong, would you resign if Keir Starmer doesn't step down?
I am standing to be Scotland's First Minister. I'm being open about my view. I could choose to keep my view a secret. I could choose to brief in private. That's not the approach I take. I'm doing what I think is right. I'm doing what I believe is my first priority and first loyalty to my country, Scotland, and I'm being my own man, making my own decisions. It's for other people to decide their own view. I'll take Paul from the Daily Record.
You've always had a good relationship with the Prime Minister, so how did he respond when you told him what you're going to do today? And is it possible for you to win the election if he stays in post?
Well, let me first of all say, there is probably no one in Scottish politics that's had a better relationship with Keir Starmer.
Let's just hear that one again.
You've always had a good relationship with the Prime Minister, so how did he respond when you told him what you're going to do today? And is it possible for you to win the election if he stays in post?
Well, let me first of all say, there is probably...
My God, a Daily Record journalist actually being decent? Oh. Oh, no, you're completely correct. Yeah. Because you have to remember a lot of the comms for a lot of the, what I class as unionist parties, like the Labour, Lib Dems, the Tory scum, and Reform. They're all unionists. They don't want us, like, even Reform. Manfrog himself, he would get rid of the devolved administrations over my dead body, Nigel. Seriously, come at me, bro. You come and try to take away my parliament, you're fucked, mate. Metaphorically. No violence, please, I beg of yous. Yeah, they don't actually do much. And the stuff that they do, we don't like them. The policies and the legislation that this Labour government down in Westminster are trying to push. Yeah, the British people aren't liking it. Great swaths of are saying, why the fuck are you doing that? But yeah, they do spend a lot of time mostly talking and giving press briefings and shit like that. And looking to the fourth estate. There are decent journalists here in the UK. Don't get me wrong, most of them are fucking dog shit. Captured by corporate interests and all that other bollocks. But there are some decent ones every now and again. They actually do pop up and ask actually relevant questions. Write decent copy. Yeah. Publish decent copy either on their news broadcasts or on their websites. Or on their YouTube pages. They are few and far between. There's only a few of them in the UK. I'll be nice and say there's about 100, maybe 150 of them scattered across the isles, if you wish. But yeah, there's no many decent journalists. They're meant to be holding these bastards to account, holding like truth to power and all that. Decent things. Actually being decent journalists. Vast majority of them aren't. And the NUJ should be doing more. That's the National Union of Journalists. That's the union for journals. They could be doing more to get their members to be better at their jobs. Chances. Slim to none. But some of them do actually ask decent questions of Scottish Labour leader, the Prime Minister, any of the cabinet ghouls down in Westminster, or any of the ones in the shadow cabinet who used to be in power. 14 fucking years of Tory scumfuckery. Yeah. Yeah, so you need better comms coming from the government, both here in Scotland and down in London and in Wales. And Stormont's a different beast because of the troubles. The DUP, the UUP and the TUV, the True Ulster Voice, by the way, they're even worse than the Democratic Unionist Party. That's Ian Paisley Senior's party that he created. Like Ulster against sodomy. Ha, you failed, Ian. I hope you're burning. His son was shite. So that's Ian Paisley Jr. So he used to be an MP for Antrim? Yes, Antrim. Not Antrim. He's not their MP anymore. He stood down. Taylor Jr.
No one in Scottish politics that's had a better relationship with Keir Starmer or a closer friendship with Keir Starmer than I
wouldn't
have.
say that, Anna.
He is someone that I
It would
have
do you well.
campaigned alongside, worked
saying.
alongside for the last 5 years in my role as leader, someone that I campaigned ferociously for to make sure we could get rid of a Tory government, and someone who I have supported in the last 18 months. So does this cause me personal hurt and pain? Of course it does. This man is someone that I regard as a friend and who I have a certain level of loyalty to. But my first priority and my first loyalty has to be to my country, Scotland. And that's the decision I have made. In terms of the election on the 7th of May, the two candidates for First Minister are me and John Swinney. And that's the choice people have in Scotland. A third decade of the SNP with all the failure that we have seen, or a First Minister that's going to put Scotland first, Scotland's town, cities and villages first, and Scotland's NHS and public services first. That's the platform I'll be standing on, and that's what I hope to persuade people of over the next 3 months. Mark from the Sun. Oh, sorry, Mark, didn't see you there.
Going back to what you just said about your knowledge of Peter Mandelson, you described in that tweet as your old friend. So it's not like you just met him on that one occasion as an ambassador. So how long have you known Peter Mandelson? How long have you known about his links to Jeffrey Epstein? And why didn't you demur when you were asked to meet him on the steps? And to go back to the other question, if Keir Starmer stays, will you go?
So I have known Peter.
That's weird. A Sun journalist actually asking a decent question. That feels odd. I don't like the Sun. The Daily Record used to be decent. Every now and again you might be lucky and get a decent story, but they're few and far between now. That's why I was kind of surprised at the Daily Record journalist actually asking a decent question. Well done, I guess. Tell your colleagues to be better in the record.
Since around 2021, I obviously spoke to him in Washington when I was there to defend and protect Scotland's interests, partly through Tartan Week, partly through the negotiations at the US-UK trade deal and all the importance that has for our country. I didn't appoint him US ambassador, he was appointed as US ambassador, and it was right that I had those conversations with him to protect Scotland's interests. But is that something, someone that I want to be associated with? No. He has betrayed this country. He has betrayed the party he was once a member of, and he has betrayed the public.
Anas, can you hear me? Fired twice. He didn't need to be brought back. It was at the behest of the head of the Politburo, Morgan McSweeney. Get wrecked, Morgan. Fuck off. Fired twice. They didn't need to bring him back. They really fucking didn't. He had a hate rager, hate boner on for the left in all of its forms. Kept on calling people on the left of the party communists and Marxists and trots. They're not. Don't get me wrong, some of them were somewhat socialist. Somewhat. Just a little bit. But no, anything vaguely left got purged by this bastard. And now we're stuck with you Blairite bastards. We're never getting rid of yous, I think. Don't worry, I'll still be on the sideline shouting at yous all. Trust me on that one. And Anas, you're not going to be First Minister, trust me on that one. You're not. For you to actually have any legitimacy, you need to run in a seat. Oh no, you won't, will you? Because you kept on trying to get Nicola Sturgeon's seat for fucking years. I know you've always fucking failed. Ha. Well done, Glasgow Southside, for that at least. Kept on saying fuck off. That's why he's been perpetually on the list. He's never managed to get a constituency. That does cheer me up. His second in command's got a seat. She's got a constituency, Jackie Bailey, by the way. I'd love to know her opinion about what's happening. She's being oddly quiet. I wonder why. I'd love to know the polling for Dumbarton, I really would. To see if we've actually got a chance of getting rid of Jackie. That'd be fun. I'll be laughing my fucking face off. Ha! Your lass will be covering it live. The constituency vote will be happening. So the polls close on Thursday the 7th of May at 10 p.m. Your lass will probably go live slightly before it and watch the countdown. Then all the ballots getting taken to where they're getting counted. And I'll be announcing all the seats as they get counted and get basically, like, blah blah blah, got blah constituency. Currently, as it stands, the SNP are looking to get 68 out of 73 constituencies. Just another couple of points, maybe 3, 4, maybe 5, and the SNP can get all of the constituencies. And that means they go back into power with a rather sizable majority. That means all the other parties will be relegated to list. Ha 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 ha.
In terms of his actions and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And to the other point you make, it is now for others to decide any process, any timeline, and who the next Prime Minister may be. I'm going to spend all my time concentrating on removing John Swinney, changing the government here in Scotland, and making sure we deliver the new direction Scotland needs. Thank you all so much.
People decide he should stay.
Well, that's for them to decide. I'm only answerable to one group of people. That's the people of Scotland. That's who I serve. That's who I stand for. That's who I'm campaigning for. And that's the people I want to deliver for. I only have one relationship and one loyalty that matters most to me, and that's to Scotland. Thank you.
forever this political project is going to be associated with the decision to
Paul
appoint the
Holden.
best friend of the world's most notorious paedophile. That is the legacy of Keir Starmer at this moment.
Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, has resigned after advising the Prime Minister to appoint Jeffrey Epstein's friend, Peter Mandelson, as Britain's ambassador to the US.
If I had known, of course I would apologise.
But you won't
for it.
For your association with him after his conviction.
But I was not culpable. I was not knowledgeable of what he was doing.
McSweeney was a protege of Mandelson and represented his dark arts brand of politics. Just last week, it emerged that a think tank, once directed by McSweeney, had hired a PR firm to investigate our chief reporter, John McAvoy. Joining me to discuss this is McSweeney's unofficial biographer, author of this book, Paul Holden. For people who aren't in the Westminster bubble, who hadn't heard of McSweeney before this weekend, why does this story matter?
Well, first of all, I think McSweeney is the architect of pretty much everything that's gone wrong with our modern politics over the last decade. He has accrued to himself just extraordinary political power. And he's done so with a political project he started in about 2017, first to destroy the prospects of a left-wing Labour government under Jeremy Corbyn, so that he could personally hand-pick his successor, which was Sir Keir Starmer. Having done so, and having gotten Sir Keir Starmer elected as the leader of the Labour Party, he then assumed overwhelming power in the Labour Party, expelled the left from the party altogether, remade it in his sort of Mandelsonian princeling of darkness image. And then when Keir Starmer became the Prime Minister, he became Sir Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff. And the legacy of his political project has been the least popular Labour government in history, a government that's collapsing, a government that is so unethical, is so mired in scandal and corruption, that it thinks appointing somebody like Peter Mandelson, a long-time associate of the world's most notorious paedophile, was not only acceptable but laudable.
What was the thinking there? Did McSweeney owe Mandelson something in return for his help getting Starmer into power? Why was he so keen that Mandelson be the US ambassador?
It's an interesting question, because I think the way that this is being explained, certainly like in the mainstream press, is that this is some sort of weird misstep, some sort of miscalculation, that Starmer was just badly advised, or they should have just taken a bit longer. But really, this appointment was the end point, it was the culmination of a long-term political project in which Mandelson and McSweeney were operating together. This is the key thing here, is that Morgan McSweeney enters politics in the Labour Party. One of his first bosses is Peter Mandelson. He works for Peter Mandelson, running the Excalibur computer system, inputting information, which is like a dark arts computer system, gathering information and intelligence on Labour Party opponents, including internal Labour Party MPs as well. We now know that in this period of time between 2017 and 2020, when Morgan McSweeney is effectively wrecking the possibility of a Labour government behind the scenes, with a whole range of extremely problematic, unethical, and potentially illegal secret projects, he's being advised and speaking to Peter Mandelson the entire time. When Morgan McSweeney assumes this amazing amount of power within the Labour Party, he immediately brings in Mandelson to advise him on how to restructure the Labour Party, to draft key strategy documents, to even allegedly oversee the selection of who can and can't be a Labour Party MP. Extraordinary story. And then thereafter, when Sir Keir Starmer becomes Prime Minister...
By the way, how it used to work, how it worked for decades, is that there's the way the Labour Party structured, there's there's CLPs, constituency Labour Party, so that's ordinary members, people who live in the country, work a normal job, blah blah blah, all that sort of stuff. Normal people, not scum. The CLP for the different constituencies across the land choose who they want. So the head office comes up with a list, or people put themselves forward, and the CLP vote for them to be the Labour Party candidate, essentially, for like general elections or local or whatever, blah blah blah. So they choose. But what they were doing was basically purging anyone that they didn't like, including people who liked things Sturgeon was saying, or other people who are seen on the left of politics here in the UK, and they were getting purged. they were getting booted off of shortlists and shit like that. It's meant to be the CLPs who vote for who they want to. Here is the Labour candidate that we want to run. We want the rest of the constituency to vote for because we like them. We like the policies. We think they'd be a good representative for this constituency. But no, what they were doing was parachuting in people who had a certain mindset, certain policies that they liked and agreed with. Basically, some of them were Tory light, and some of them were literally Tories. For all intents and purposes, as far as I'm concerned. Oh dear God. You don't need to dox your brother or anything. What kind of work was this going to be? You don't need to say, you can just tell me where to fucking go, essentially. But very sneaky, malicious, and evil Francis Urquhart on steroids. Holy fuck. Is that the OG Francis Urquhart from House of Cards? I loved that. I thought it was fucking amazing. But an evil Francis Urquhart on steroids sounds truly dystopian. Fuck. And it is actually quite accurate about Mandelson. So we're talking like the late, like 97 onwards to like the early 2000s or something then. Brown took over in 2007, so he was Prime Minister for like 2.5 years before the general election in 2010. I hope that molded your brother into what Mandelson was actually like then, so that is something. Someone that's on our side that actually hates the Prince of Darkness. He got that name for a fucking reason, remember, people? Keir Starmer, can you fucking hear me?
And Morgan McSweeney becomes his chief of staff, it was obvious that Peter Mandelson was going to be chosen, because why on earth wouldn't they appoint somebody who Morgan McSweeney has been working with for absolute years? Because this is the end point. This is what they do. This is the nature of this political party. When they assume this sort of power, this is how they behave. And they behave in ways that most people find despicable.
But a year before Labour won that election, the Financial Times ran this investigation exposing the fact that Peter Mandelson had kept ties to Jeffrey Epstein after his conviction for sex trafficking. Now, so Labour would have known that, and McSweeney's whole kind of selling point is that he understands what the ordinary voter thinks, and the far left don't. They're obsessed with Palestine. I think we all know that ordinary voter doesn't like paedophiles.
Yes.
And looks badly on their friends.
Yes.
How did McSweeney not grasp that?
First of all, it's not just a Financial Times investigation. I think that's the thing that gets lost here. It's not just that the Financial Times ran a story, and they were running a story based on secret documents that nobody could see. They ran a story based on open court submissions. They ran a story based on an investigation that JP Morgan had put together themselves called Project Jeep to look into the connections between JP Morgan Bank and executives and Jeffrey Epstein. That produced this Project Jeep report, underlying which was a forensic detailed analysis of all the emails between JP Morgan's senior staff and Jeffrey Epstein, in which Peter Mandelson's relationship was uncovered.
These are documents where Epstein refers to Mandelson as PT.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
So what you see in these documents is it's an incredible document, and I encourage everyone to go read it. And you can literally just Google United States government of the Virgin Islands versus JP Morgan and go download these filings. I'm sure you guys can provide a link on Declassified. And it's an incredible report because it sets out on a timeline every single email they have, which
it's probably very dry. If there's a link to it in the description of the video, feel free. I might. It depends. I've got a few other things on my plate at the minute. Oh, God. Oh. Fuck. Ow. Sorry about that. Cramps. Ugh.
Indicates that Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Mandelson had a close friendship after Jeffrey Epstein had been convicted for soliciting prostitution from a 14-year-old minor. So this idea that they wouldn't have known this is nonsense. Everyone knew this. They didn't care. And they didn't care because PT was one of them.
Some people are saying that with McSweeney gone, the soft left will start to re-emerge in Labour. What impact did McSweeney have on the left, in particular, you know, the policies on Israel and Palestine? How influential was he on Starmer's line on that, and could there be a slight change now?
I think he was. I think he had a really deeply profound, like really profound impact on the way in which the Labour Party approached Israel, and it's an impact that has been created over a decade. I think this is the important thing that people have not paid much attention to, in which one of the things they've been trying to blow a whistle on for such a long period of time.
Yeah, some of the systems they can't be brought together and amalgamated like that. You can set over a umbrella program to oversee both and to aggregate data coming out of both of them, but you have to keep them essentially separate because they can't the coding, the programming for them would be, there's probably people who'd be able to do it, but I can't believe, like, the SIS one's followed it. That makes sense. And antitrust and fraud in the stock exchange. Christ. There's the 6 separate systems. You can't amalgamate all that. That'd be unwieldy. And how would you parse out that information? Fucking hell. Mandelson, you fucking dickhead. Don't get me wrong, there's brilliant tech people out there that can probably do these kind of things, but trying to bring together 6 different systems? That's... no. You'd need a team of like 6 or something. Oh. Aidan! Welcome, rejoice comrades. Aidan Cooper. Hello. I'll do my standard introduction. I am Madcat79 Scotty. I am a Scottish disabled Marxist streamer who talks about health and disability issues and politics. And right now it's been mostly politics, as you can tell. For obvious reasons. I am Katie Marshall 4340 over on the YouTube. Feel free to give me a follow over there if you wish, or subscribe and follow here. Welcome, Aidan. Welcome. I've seen you in Helena's chat. Great to see you.
Is that one of the ways in which Morgan McSweeney undermined the left wing of the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn was that he was secretly, for 2 years, working to inflame the so-called anti-Semitism crisis, which was then used when the Labour Party came to power under Keir Starmer to effectively purge the left wing from the Labour Party. But what it also did was make it almost impossible to express any sort of meaningful solidarity with Palestine or to be robustly critical of Israel. It meant that as the Labour Party was coming into power in the context of Israel's response to the 7th of October, to its plausible genocide, they'd already come to power ensnared in this political project in which it was basically impossible to criticize Israel. Because if you were to criticize Israel, then you were an outsider, you were an anti-Semite, you had to be expelled from the political party. In fact, the Labour Party would happily expel and publicly expel and shame left-wing anti-Zionist Jews in order to show.
Automod needed me to allow that. Guess what word got flagged? It says explicitly in my bio I'm a communist. Hello, Irish American communists from the glorious state of Oklahoma. Hello. How goes things in Burgerland? Ah! Stay on. Support. Hi.
Their fealty towards Israel. This is a political project that has locked this Labour government into Israel's genocide. With these people being removed, I can absolutely see that change if the outcome of this vacuum is that somebody half decent from a different, an entirely different political faction, an entirely different political tradition emerges. If anybody takes over from this political faction, we're not going to see any change.
It was quite telling that one of Labour Together's major funders was Sir Trevor Chin, one of the most influential pro-Israel donors in the UK. They didn't really want Trevor Chin's funding of Labour Together to be out in the open, did they? I mean, you paid quite a heavy price for trying to expose that.
Between 2017 and 2020, Morgan McSweeney achieved his grand political ambition of, first of all, destroying the reputation of the political left in the UK through the mainstream media, at the same time securing Keir Starmer's leadership.
He literally said, there's the door, you can use it. Guess what? We've used it. He'll mend you, Keir. Seriously. Get wrecked. So this purge of the left has bolstered either independent movements in different parts of the country. I'm talking UK-wide here, not just Scotland. And it's bolstered the numbers of, to a certain extent, the Scottish Greens and the SNP up here, and massively to the Green Party of England and Wales. They're damn close to 200,000 members now. Go on, Zach, go on. Fucking years. Oh God. Yes. TOS. I'll just say trebuchet, the fiery yellow orb. You can insert other words. So, trebuchet, fiery yellow orb. Try not to be too explicit because TOS. These are the constraints of us poor streamers. Oh God, yeah, fuck Starmer. No. With any luck, he won't survive much longer. I don't know who will take over. There's a couple of people who I think, after this video, I'll talk about it and we can discuss what we think of
and that entire process was funded with £730,000 in donations. Nobody knew he was funding Labour Together in that period of time. Nobody knew they had this massive pot of money, and it really is substantial in British politics, to have £730,000 to do whatever you want with, effectively, without any scrutiny during this period of time. And one of the donors they were hiding was Sir Trevor Chin. So you have effectively a Mandelsonian Blairite, right-wing hedge fund, pro-Israel group of funders who come together to fund this guy to run these secret projects. What I found out, to my horror, is that I've been trying to blow the whistle on this for a long period of time. Starting in November 2023, I've been going to multiple mainstream media outlets saying I'm extremely concerned about Morgan McSweeney's conduct. I'm extremely concerned about these undeclared donations, the result of which is that my name was mentioned in some of those newspaper articles. My publisher put up a blurb describing my book. I started publishing some articles in the United States with Matt Taibbi about some of these secret projects they were running. And Labour Together hired this firm called APCO Worldwide, which amongst other things represents Elbit, the Israeli weapons manufacturer, to investigate me. To investigate me and my colleagues, my work colleagues and my family. And we've now seen the BBC's reported on the underlying contract, and it's very clear the underlying contract says that what they were planning to do was to develop a package of materials that they could use to proactively target my investigations.
Mandelson has now stepped down as the US ambassador. He's retired from the House of Lords. and Starmer has sacked McSweeney. Does that draw a line under all of this?
No, I mean, I think there's many ways in which this is going to play out, and one of the reasons why there's not a line under this is because now Keir Starmer is forever associated with this decision. Forever, this political project is going to be associated with the decision to appoint the best friend of the world's most notorious paedophile. That is the legacy of Keir Starmer at this moment.
So this could bring down Keir Starmer as well, potentially?
I think it doesn't just bring down Keir Starmer. I think this is the thing that people are struggling to deal with, and we currently live in this weird political vacuum. Keir Starmer is on borrowed time. He's done. There's no coming back from this. I mean, he was pretty much toast before this already because he's so deeply unpopular, and there are already moves to remove him. The problem is we now have this political vacuum because the success of the McSweeney-Mandelson-Starmer political project has been to totally take utter control of the commanding heights of the Labour Party. Its bureaucracy, but also the cabinet. The 8 most senior people in cabinet all have links to McSweeney going back years and decades. This entire political project is implicated and tainted by this scandal. And that's a real problem. Because in normal governments, you'll have a cabinet which is chosen from a wide range of talents within a broad political movement. This isn't. This is a cabinet chosen from the tiniest fraction of the tiniest fraction of the tiniest fraction of the Labour Party. And not only are they despicable, not only are they loathed by the public, there's nobody there to take over the reins as a result because they're all tainted by it. So in this political vacuum, anything can emerge.
Paul, thanks so much for talking to us this morning about this. It's great to have one of the UK's leading experts on Morgan McSweeney join us on a day like this.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Paul. If you like this video and want it to reach a wider audience, please share it. And if you haven't subscribed already to this channel, hit the button below. If you want to support Declassified's work, there's a link in the video description below. Thanks for watching.
Right. They are correct. Starmer is toast. Hopefully with any fucking luck at the next general election, so's Wes. Ha ha ha. Thanks. Yeah, when that when that was announced, I thought, what the fuck? We voted that cunt out. Well, well. He stood aside. I despise that demon. I do. Thanks, Gideon. Imagine having that as our ambassador to the States. What the actual fuck, Starmer. You really are a Tory. 330,000 excess deaths, anyone? Austerity has basically ruined this fucking country. Cameron, Osborne, fucking IDS, Gove, Hague, all of them, fucking Priti Patel. All those bastards can fuck off. Oh God, I've listened to some of it off stream. I wouldn't subject my gorgeous people, my gorgeous comrades and followers to that bullshit. But dear, oh fucking hell, I don't know why the pair of them are doing. Just no, fuck off, Ed. Just bleh. I don't know what one's worse, Gideon and fucking Ed, or bloody Alistair and fucking Rory. Right, yes. Who next? Wes might be on manoeuvres, so he's always a possibility. But there's other ones who are a little bit more shady about it. I can see Steve Reid doing it. Obviously Shabana. I'm not entirely sure about Reeves though. But so my top 5 would be Wes Streeting, Shabana Mahmood, Steve Reid, Nah, Hillary's looking a bit past it. I didn't see him staying. I think he may actually step down in the next general election. Who else have we got? Maybe Yvette? I don't see Kendall doing it again. She'll probably just get 4% again. Would be better with Vic Reeves. That's hilarious. Gonna I fucking love that. Oh god, I miss shooting stars. I found one, give me a minute. Oh no, I think the one that I put it in my watch later, I think. Watch later. Oh, is that one? There you go, I'll leave you with the one for a bit.
Well, the government's Look, I know I've said this a lot, and that is for a straightforward reason. This government has been toast, almost since it first came to power. The Starmer project, just as we predicted on the left, has proved to be an unmitigated catastrophe. It has been, politically speaking, The Walking Dead for a long time, and the question's been whether it will all just finally officially fall apart. Not if. A little recap for you. Morgan McSweeney, in theory Keir Starmer's chief of staff, in practice our de facto prime minister, has been forced to resign over the appointment of Peter Mandelson, the close pal of the late paedophile Jeffrey Epstein, as of course US ambassador. And now Tim Allen, a former Tony Blair advisor who Starmer recruited as his director of communications, has also resigned. It really is all falling apart in front of our very eyes, spectacularly so, I would say. And indeed, the Scottish Labour leader, Anas Sarwar, has stuck in the knife. Let's have a listen.
It's not without pain, as I have a genuine friendship with Keir Starmer. But my first priority and my first loyalty is to my country, Scotland. And I am not willing to sacrifice Scotland's NHS, our schools, our communities, our towns, cities, villages and islands to a third decade of an SNP government. That's why the distraction needs to end and the leadership in Downing Street has to change.
Cabinet ministers and MPs have rallied around Starmer, but I'll be frank, the Prime Minister is cooked. Now, I know I told you so's are very undignified. No one likes a smug, I told you this was all going to happen, but we the left told you over and over again this was going to happen. And it is important that we say, we told you so, not in a smug, we want a kind of public school debating society kind of way, but because next time we should be listened to. This episode underlines what the Starmer project always was. Founded in deceit, devoid of principle or morality, driven by pursuit of power for its own sake, worshipping those with wealth, built by a pact with the worst elements in the Labour Party. Now, before we discuss that, a former advisor to Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, Theo Bertram, tweets, "It is those who supported Corbyn, many of whom now support other parties again, who are most jubilant about McSweeney's departure." To which all I have to say is, ha 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 ha. A more eloquent response comes from Jonathan Shainin, a brilliant journalist who just founded the fascinating new magazine Equator, who says, "I can't help noticing how the people we ruthlessly purged from the party seem to be taking some pleasure in our failure." Yeah, I think that is a generous rewriting of that particular tweet, but on point. Literally, do these people have any self-awareness or shame whatsoever? You waged a remorseless war on those of us who believe in redistributing wealth and power from elites to ordinary people, who believe in investing in our broken services and crumbling communities, who believe that our services should be run by the public, not cash cows for profiteers, and who believe in extreme ideas like pursuing peace rather than arming a genocide. Within the Labour Party, you crushed us into the dust, and you told us to find a ditch and die somewhere. And indeed, what we did instead is find a new political home. The Green Party is searching for a reason. But you thought that defeating us and defining everything you did against us would make you politically thrive. Now look at the state of you. Look at you. Look at how far you have fallen. The most unpopular government in polling history within a year and a half of taking power. You did this. This is all on you. You have nowhere to hide. And you, all of you, who made this project possible, now face an eternity of humiliation and ridicule and being on the receiving end of justified rage. There is no one you can blame other than yourselves. Now, let's be clear why this has all fallen apart. Peter Mandelson sums it all up. This guy was not simply ambassador to the United States. He was one of the most powerful figures in the whole Starmer project. And that fact was concealed from the British public. Just another example of the obsessive dishonesty that defines this government, so-called. He was the mentor of Morgan McSweeney, or more bluntly, McSweeney was his stooge. He was even at number 10 days before being sacked as ambassador, helping to design Starmer's reshuffle. What the hell, you may reasonably ask, was the British ambassador to the United States doing in number 10 Downing Street, helping to run the government? A reasonable question with no reasonable answer. Note this too. From Pippa Carrera, the Guardian political editor, she writes, Mandelson Rao is unlikely to go away for Starmer anytime soon. Allies of McSweeney suggest he carried the can over decision to appoint him as ambassador. They say it was wrong to suggest McSweeney pushed for the appointment and that he had been careful to ensure others also share their views, which were unanimous that it should be Mandelson. He gave his advice, but that's all it was. Keir made the decision. Well, firstly, it's hard not to recall the downfall of Dominic Cummings, who was the Morgan McSweeney of Boris Johnson. Do you remember all that? Yeah, I'm sure you all do. We lived through it. Quite the ride. He then turned on his former master. Do you remember that? Quite viciously, actually. I would not be surprised if we see something similar here, with the caveat that Starmer may not last long enough for him to be able to twist the knife and take Starmer down. That's kind of already priced in, guys. But obviously this briefing from allies, friends of McSweeney, is correct. Starmer is the Prime Minister. Maybe only in name, but he is still the Prime Minister. He's supposed to be in charge. He's supposed to be the leader. He's a woeful Prime Minister and leader.
Hello, Wales. Welcome, my Welsh comrade. You are annoying the absolute living hell out of me. Stay in place. My wrist support is being a bastard. Keep on having to readjust it to support the dodgy wrist. Carry on, Owen. Thank you.
He was just the front man for these people, but he is still the Prime Minister, and he carries the can. He did not need Mr. Forensic Lawyer Keir Starmer any special briefing from McSweeney to know that Mandelson was a close associate of Epstein. It was all in the public domain. There are no excuses, none, zero, zilch. Now, we were told McSweeney was some political genius who the Labour Party owes a huge debt of thanks to. Here's an important corrective from Dan Abbott.
2019, Labour's worst election defeat in terms of MPs. 2024, huge majority. People say Morgan McSweeney was the man who transformed Labour's prospects from disaster to victory.
The Tories lost that election. Labour didn't win. It was a wide but shallow vote that got them in. Lower percentage of the vote than Jeremy got in 2017 and 2019, by the way. One of the lowest turnouts for what is seen as a Labour landslide. Just saying. Yeah. The Tories lost. We were fucked off with them, and they had to be punished, and we punished them. Labour got many seats. but they're scattered. They don't have a concentration of votes in like different areas. It's majorities across the board, don't get me wrong about that one, but it was a low turnout nationally for that vote, and it's very shallow. It's not reliable. There is no such thing as a safe seat anywhere now at all, in my opinion. Don't get me wrong, there's Labour backbenchers who have decent majorities around the 15,000 mark, but most of the backbenchers and some in the cabinet, West Streeting, have less than 5,000 majority. Quite a lot of the Labour ones up here in Scotland, most of their majorities are under 10,000. Some of them, like my MP, is under 5,000, I believe. So that is dog shit.
Victory. Do you give him some credit for that?
This idea that McSweeney was an election genius actually ignores the figures. The truth is that in 2024, the Labour vote was more or less the same as it was in 2019. What actually happened was a Tory vote split, and half their vote went to Reform. So, and when people say, oh, why has our support collapsed? It's because we only ever had a third of the vote in the first place.
He's not going to look like much of a genius, is he, if his position leads to the toppling of our Prime Minister. Diane Abbott, thanks very much indeed.
Such an important point. The last Tory government was a catastrophe. It was, until this government, the most unpopular government in democratic history. It had presided over the worst squeeze in wages in recorded history, the trashing of our public services, non-stop chaos, we could go on. The election was gifted to Labour. It was handed to Labour on a plate. Like this. It was like, look, here's your delicious main course for you to gobble. And yet Labour ended up with a share of the vote barely higher than its rout in 2019. It won fewer votes. Its share of the vote was much lower than 2017, when Labour stood on a left-wing agenda. It actually got 3 million fewer votes than in 2017. Impressive when you take into account a bigger population. The turnout was the lowest in our democratic history. That lack of enthusiasm revealed, or should have revealed, the total lack of enthusiasm for this project from the start. And Dan Abbott's absolutely right, because people go, well, he still won the election. Yes, he won the election because Reform split, or the right of centre vote was split between Reform and the Conservatives. You know, people should have gone at the time.
I didn't realise that. I keep on forgetting that. Yeah, that was the lowest turnout for a general election, by the way. Even she got higher turnouts in the 80s. So it's just a 34.4 or 5, I think. 34. Fuck it, I'll round it down. 34% turnout across the country, across the 4 nations, for the Westminster election in 2024. That is shit. The turnout in this constituency I currently live in. Shit. The turnout for the referendum was fucking high. It's one of the highest in the fucking country for our referendum in 2014. It was like 88 or 89% turnout for the independence referendum. We were one of the ones that actually voted for independence here. But then we never got the full Smith Commission after we lost. Yeah, they keep on forgetting that. They didn't give us our full... They said, oh, yeah, if you stay, we'll give you all these little bonuses, these little perks. And no, we barely got a third of them. As you can tell, some Scottish people are rather salty towards the unionist parties. And Alistair, darling, you're a traitor to your homeland. Get bent. Yeah. Dog shit. seriously, that's one of my main missions. I want turnout to increase. I really do. It's the level of disenfranchisement and disillusion within the voting populace here in the UK is just, it's at epic proportions at the minute. It's like we're all fed up with the bastards. Who'd have thunk it? And us leftists have been screaming at yous for fucking years. But no, student politics, or your old trots, or shit like that. Don't get me wrong, I was a trot for my sins. I'm just a classic Marxist now. But yeah, just don't call us all trots. Some of us aren't. Some of us are sensible Marxists. On the means of production, worker cooperatives, things of that nature. Better redistributive models to be used for the country. Actually fund the country. That might actually work. But do you listen to us? Do you bollocks? But I will carry on screaming from the sidelines until I get heard. Will I get heard? Time will tell. I've got plenty of energy and enthusiasm in me for this stream. I can't go out canvassing again. Nearly fucking killed me.
Oh my, what? This is ridiculous. They won a third of the vote. And they might have got 2/3 of the seats. This government is in serious trouble from the start because it doesn't have a base of enthusiasm. Because, then it's downhill. Even for a government that isn't a disaster. But people instead were like, well, actually, this shows the genius of how they managed to, get the seats distributed in the right way. We won the game because I looked.
No, that's a consequence of first past the post, you fucking idiots. I'll keep on saying this from the sidelines. First past the post is fucking garbage. Our additional member system is a little bit better. It is. There's other proportional representation models that we could be using. Don't get me wrong. But ours is slightly more democratic than what we've got for Westminster, which is first past the post, which sucks. God, is that legislation passed yet? He said he was going to give the vote to 16 and 17-year-olds. Fuck. Oh God, I'm going to have to check Hansard's again. Bollocks. Ugh. Please, if anyone wants me to check Hansard's for anything that your MP has been involved in, if they're on a committee or if they've talked about something in the chamber, blah blah blah, get me to do it. I wouldn't want you to be exposed to Hansard's because, dear God, it's drudgery. I've been checking Hansard's for fucking decades at this point. Political nerd that I am.
The system's crazy. The warning sign was pretty obvious, which is why people like myself said it at the time. Here's why this government failed. It was based on lies. Starmer won the Labour leadership of the campaign that willfully deceived the Labour membership by making policy pledges which were then brutally discarded. And indeed, note what it did in government. It did all sorts of things like attacking pension disabled people. That was not in the manifesto. It was a project which knew what it was against. It defined itself entirely against Corbynism and the left. But it had no alternative vision in its place. It had no answers for the country's problems. Instead, it sought power for its own sake and championed the interests of those with wealth and power. That's the common thread which binds together disastrous decisions like ruling out sweeping tax hikes on the beaming rich, getting all those freebies from rich donors and the like, and yes, palling around with paedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein. In the case of Peter Mandelson, it's just the most extreme end of that phenomenon, if you like. Now, this is not the benefit of hindsight. Those of us on the left told you this would happen. I said this back in The Guardian in 2021. There is nothing to recommend Starmer's leadership. He is, as we have seen, unprincipled. He is not honest. Where Blair and Neil Kinnock were talented orators, Starmer lacks any charisma or warmth. I added, Starmer is Labour's version of Theresa May, who was originally lauded as a serious public-spirited politician before being undone by her own cynicism and woodenness. As I said in February...
He's fanboying himself. Fuck it, carry on. My delightful 41-year-old, well, nearly 42, I don't know what time of year your birthday is, but he's currently, I believe he's still 41, and I think his birthday's sometime in summer. Starmer's banishment of Corbyn is one more step in eradicating the left from the Labour Party. Yeah, people like me, Owen, Helena, Kev, Suze, everyone, go and follow Suze Kempner. Sue's amazing. My Left Eye, DJ Mule. We've been saying this shit for fucking years. Do you listen to us? No, you tell us where the fucking door is. Get wrecked. Don't come crying to us. Really, don't. We've been saying this shit to you for ages. And when we get proven correct, time and time again, you just keep on yelling student politics at us. It water off a duck's back for us now. We're used to it. Fuck it. Well, I'm used to it. I just ignore it at this point. And I will just carry on speaking from the sidelines, or shouting most likely. We've already fucking told you this. The Prince of Darkness got fired twice. You didn't need to bring him back. Oh God, I'm so fed up of seeing this shit over and over again.
2023. While Starmer's team behaves as though it's 1997, Britain's current state is more like 1974, that is, in crisis and turmoil. If a Labour government offers only tinkering around the edges of the economy and the lives of struggling households do not substantially improve, mass disillusionment may soon kick in. It remains the case that the most interesting ideas are bubbling away on the left. Banishing from Labour's future is an act of self-harm. If a meek Starmer administration disappoints, a now cowed left may find an audience willing to listen. Starmer's team is buoyant now, and understandably so, but history tells us where hubris leads. Is this not what happened, guys? In October 2023, when Labour had a colossal opinion poll lead, I wrote, so consider this for scenario. Labour triumphs at the next election, but wins by default and with no enthusiasm for Starmerism in the tank from the start. Unlike 1997, the new administration rules a country defined by turmoil and decline, but offers no transformative policies to answer our multiple and overlapping crises. Disillusionment sets in while the Tories complete their metamorphosis into loud, proud, brash, right-wing populism, hoovering up votes from the disaffected. In the general election 2029, a new model Tory party flush with British Trumpism stages a stunning comeback. True, this is not the US. Your gut instinct may say it can't happen here, but when in the past you looked at bemused horror at their culture wars, you may have assumed they never arrived on our shores, but they did. Farage marched through Tory conference, not as a hostile outsider, but as a conquering general. His mission is not yet complete, however, and a final prize may beckon. What I got wrong was Farage formally taking over the leadership of the Conservative Party, because that's what I was suggesting. Although, given the number of Tory MPs who've joined Reform, he kind of has. But what happened instead is we got the surge of Reform.
Tory 2.0. You have to remember, including Manfrog, they're all fucking Thatcherite bastards. Oh, I swear to God.
British Trumpism under Farage, plus the Tories have themselves shifted into that terrain, and now we face the threat of a Reform Tory authoritarian right-wing government. The basic point I was making, a government with no answers to a turmoil-afflicted country would open the door to a Farageist insurgency, was correct. December 2023. I wrote, those hoping this is all one big pretense and once safely ensconced in number 10, Starmer will yell surprise and enact a new shiny progressive dawn are set to be the most disappointed. And this is now the most interesting question in British politics. When Starmer wins his decisive victory, which he will, and little changes after 2 years, what happens next? Well, actually, it was 18 months in the end. In February 2024, I said, an administration that lacks meaningful answers to domestic crises and is wedded to a toxic foreign policy will soon find itself in trouble. Look at Starmer's political equivalents in the US, Germany and Australia. They won, but swiftly became unpopular. And none of you turned so comprehensively as him on their original promises. If he enjoys a honeymoon, it will be short-lived. When the election was called, this is the last one, I promise, Labour will win this election, not because there is any real enthusiasm for the party's agenda, nor any real belief in Starmer's capabilities as a leader. It will win because the Tories have set one of the lowest bars in British political history. And then when Labour's in power, enjoying so little support and enthusiasm among its natural voters, what next? Winning because people wanted to rid themselves of the incumbent party is not the same as winning because you offered a vision that voters rallied behind. I could go on. This catastrophe was predictable. And it was.
Owen, I love you. You're amazing and a brilliant columnist for The Guardian. Even though... for my sins, I used to be a Guardian subscriber, by the way. I used to be quite an avid Guardian reader back in the day. In like my 20s and 30s. For my sins. He is the only beacon in that entire... He's a beacon of light in that fucking paper, in my opinion. And we mostly get his what he puts in his columns on his videos anyway on his YouTube channel. So I don't need to pay for The Guardian anymore to read his column. I basically get him IRL, well, not IRL, parasocially. But yeah. He is a beacon of light to that institution. No. Links? You can post them in chat or you can put them into the Discord, Scribby. Oh, I gave your drum solo to Red Rust. He's going to try and incorporate it. He's been listening to it since I DM'd the link to your song, to your epic drum solo. So, yay. No, if you want to post links to it, we can bring it up. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. More people need to hear that drum solo. It fucking rules. Oh, by the way, everyone, me former. Do you still play? Former drummer. Drummer. Don't know if you still drum. Scrubby might. Ask him. But yeah, we're drummers, essentially. And I love an epic drum solo. Don't get me wrong, back in the day I used to love an epic lead solo. Because lead and rhythm guitarists, they do be kind of slutty. And like to promote themselves. Kirk Hamnet, anyone?
Was predicted. I'm not a genius. Just going to be... I'm not going to try to do myself down, for the hell of it. I'm not a genius, guys. I'm not a prophet, actually. I don't have special insight in the future. It was pretty pissing obvious, guys, to be honest. I mean, beyond obvious. For the reasons I set out. I explained why I thought it would be a disaster. And that's why it was a disaster. And again, I was reflecting what we on the left believed would happen. But our political commentariat did not predict it. Because they were applauding Starmer for crushing the left and neutralising Labour as a threat to those with wealth and power. The fact it was done with deceit and cynicism and offered no vision for the country, they didn't care. As long as the left was crushed, which they saw as good politics, and Labour did not present any threat to the status quo. That's what they really cared about. And they got it. And this is what then happens. They have to be held to account. Why are they not explaining why they got it so wrong? Instead, we just see the same people who cheered Starmer on uncritically. They're now the ones on TV explaining why it's all fallen apart. It's ridiculous. This disaster has opened the door to hard-right authoritarianism in the form of Farage and ever more extreme Tories, which is why we have to hope the Greens win the upcoming Gorton and Denton by-election to reset a disastrous political trajectory which this hideously catastrophic government has set us on.
Oh, Hannah Spencer in the House of Commons. Oh. Please, Gorton and Denton, please, I beg of yours. I am not taking it for granted. I'm not being complacent here, I hope. But it's looking good. Let's put it like that. And the fact that Reform chose that book-eating freak, hopefully that's winning. The fact that they've put that wank up. Oh, Raptors went live. I've got a raid target. Sweet. But, yeah. I watched it. It was after Anas gave his statement earlier on, and I just the ones after the list of suggestions after I watched that statement. It was like I watched it an hour after he gave it because I was busy doing other things in the house. So I got it after he actually said it, and we played it earlier on, obviously. But yeah, it was Nick Ferrari and James with their collars, and seriously, the amount of copium. It was delicious, but dear God, these people are fucking clueless. Please, just have an ounce of own self-research. Just do some research. We have information at our fingertips. With this thing that I am using, so you can hear me. Please, it's easy to do the research. Me being all sciencey and researchy based now. Yeah, doing research into these kind of things is relatively easy now. Trust me, it is. I do it every fucking day. But me being nerd, yeah. In some ways, being nerd is good. It is. Oh God, yeah, it's piss easy. Yeah. My God, we don't need to be like an actual columnist like Owen. You can literally do this. You can pick up your phone. There's a wealth of information out there. Fuck it, read a newspaper if you want to. Yeah. The state of our print media is woeful, to say the least.
Please like and subscribe, leave your thoughts, your comments, help us take on the unbelievable media, which is currently literally just offering up commentators and politicians who help make all this possible as though they're sage, wise people. They didn't predict any of this. They're the ones we're supposed to listen to. Anyway, patreon.com/OwenJones84. And again, we told you so, because the left had an understanding of who these people were. We should have been listened to. Sorry, I'm angry about this, actually. To be honest, it's ridiculous, isn't it? You just spend all this time. I mean, it's like the same with Israel's genocide. Obvious what was going to happen from the beginning. You know, you just end up screaming into the void. And then in the end, those who speak out ended up even more kind of marginalised and demonised than ever. Like and subscribe, share the video. I'll speak to you in a
bit. Thanks, Owen. Much appreciated. Let's see if I can find the one that I watched earlier on. Hopefully that'll work. Fogarty? Fuck it. Let's check out the Fogarty one. There's one of the ones I watched. I might just go back into my history and
Aki
find the ones
Chambers,
I
the
watched
LBC's
earlier.
Deputy Political Editor. We'll hear from Stephen Flynn of the SNP after 3. Gina Davidson, LBC's Scotland Political Editor, is standing by as well. Even as we have been listening to that press conference, there have been tweets and posts on X, on other forms of social media from various senior Labour figures, including the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. Downing Street itself has put out a statement insisting Keir Starmer will not quit following Anna Sarwar's call for him to resign. A spokesman saying he, Keir Starmer, has a clear 5-year mandate from the British people to deliver change, and that is what he will do. Before we dig down into the words of Anna Sarwar, why don't we read some of those posts from Cabinet Ministers?
I think this is worth remarking on, Sheila, because literally, 20 minutes ago, before that started, I was saying to you, not one member of the Cabinet has tweeted or posted on social media in support of the Prime Minister. Well, they have now. So David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister, Keir Starmer won a massive mandate 18 months ago for 5 years to deliver on Labour's manifesto that we all stood on. John Healey, Defence Secretary, the British people gave Keir a huge mandate only 18 months ago. Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, rebuilding Britain takes time, but thanks to the decisions we've made, NHS waiting lists are falling. With Keir as our Prime Minister, we are turning the country around. Steve Reid, Housing Secretary, Darren Jones, Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, to the battle for Britain, he says in the years ahead is between a modern, diverse Britain led by Labour or a dark, divisive Britain under reform.
Now that's interesting from Darren Jones, isn't it? Because that is politically where we're at here, isn't it? Whoever steps in, if Keir Starmer is forced to step down, that battle with reform is still very much game on. And a shaken Labour Party so early on in its time in office will have to have a period of strengthening before it faces that at an election, won't it?
I think there is a split in the Labour Party, and has been for a long time, about people who think that it is better to replace the leader because Keir Starmer was not doing well in the polls. There were a series of mistakes before even the Peter Mandelson scandal. And there are then other people in the Labour Party who think we need stability. We came in and promised that we would be different. We said there wouldn't be sleaze, there wouldn't be scandals, and we just need to get through this 5 years with this consistency of having Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. I think now there are more people who are in the we need to replace the leader camp than in the second camp. But there are still people in that second camp who think, and I'm sure we've heard from a few of them there who've posted those tweets on social media. But there is a split, and there are lots and lots of people who think Keir Starmer needs to replace, but it isn't everyone, and momentum seems to be going faster than some people are sort of comfortable with, I would say.
You read out the bare bones of what those 4 or 5 senior figures have said. Wes Streeting, nothing so far. Shabana Mahmood, nothing so far. Just 2 names that we hear in the mix quite a lot. Angela Rayner, different kettle of fish because she's not in the government at the moment. But put into context why this moment has happened in Scotland rather than down here in Westminster.
Well, I think that moment was...
because they're polling third, Sheila. He'll mind you, Annis, really. He'll mind you. With any fucking luck, you will not be First Minister. You won't be.
So much to do with the May elections. I think Anna Sarwar kind of acknowledged that too, and talked about the fact that he wasn't willing to lose to the Scottish National Party, and basically can't allow, his words, failures in the heart of Downing Street to affect the election in May. May elections, he says, are too important. As I laid out before he started talking, Labour are currently third in the polls in Scotland in an election that lots of people thought Labour were on course to win just actually a few months ago. So I think that is a lot of the reason that Anna Sarwar stood up there, because he still thinks potentially that Labour could win that election in May, but not obviously with Keir Starmer in charge in Downing Street.
Yeah, I know you're going to stay with us, Aggie, but let me bring in Gina Davidson, LBC Scotland Political Editor. Is it, Gina, a fair summary, do you think, to say that Anna Sarwar has just said, he's my friend, I admire him, but politically, for me now, for us now in Scotland, he's a dead weight?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely where Anna Sarwar has got to, Sheila. And in fact, it's been a long time coming. This whole issue around Manson, Epstein is really the latest straw that's broken the camel's back, I think, for Scottish Labour. They have watched as their opinion ratings have slid since that general election back in 2024. As Aggie was just saying, there had been hopes that this election in a few months' time would be one where Labour could potentially oust the SNP from government in Scotland. But since that general election and the decisions and the misjudgments, as they've been described by so many in Scottish Labour that have happened over the last 18 months or so, have just led to this point. There's been deep unrest and unease about what's been happening.
We have been saying this for fucking years. Us Scottish people have been saying this for years, especially about Annas and Jackie Bailey. It's like you're not listening to us. No. The dead weight that is down in Westminster right now and in number 10 is one of the main reasons you're polling third Annas, by the way. And even if he does step down, if he does resign, I don't see that. You might get a couple of points, maybe 1 or 2. That'll be nice. But, you're... on 37.8. 20. You're 4 points in the hole to Reform. So Reform are 4 points ahead of Labour in the current polling for Holyrood. Ugh. SNP are far ahead, so the Reform are on about 20, maybe 21%, depends what poll you read. Labour are on about between 16 and 17%, one of their lowest poll ratings for Holyrood ever. The SNP are on 36 or 37, depending on what poll you read. So the SNP are miles ahead from Reform or Labour. They've got the best part of 20 points on Labour at this point. Jack, Victor, Winston, Bobby, Isa, and Tam, and Naveed. The place that used to be the Clansman, I used to be able to get to it on the bus. It's in Rockhill, essentially. Which the 90 they basically kind of passed by it. Obviously, it's gone now. What was termed the Clansman. But yeah, I knew exactly where that was. I used to see it when I got on the bus that I get is called the 90, by the way. First Glasgow, who suck. So yeah, I know exactly where the Clansman was. It's fucking hilarious, really. Yeah.
In number 10, and this judgment call that Keir Starmer has made about putting Mandelson into the US embassy, I think has just been the straw that has broken the camel's back. And we know that Anna Sarwar and Keir Starmer are incredibly close, both politically and personally. I mean, they had a complete bromance during that general election campaign every time he was up here. So this will have taken Anna Sarwar some deep a serious thought to decide to do this.
He said it's not without pain, didn't he, at the very beginning there?
Yes,
Can I ask you mentioned the SNP there, understandably, in all of this. The journalists asking the questions at least 3 times, Anna Sarwar was asked, if, in the end, for now anyways, Keir Starmer stays, will you go, or what will that mean for you? There's risk in this for Anna Sarwar, isn't there?
There is huge risk, and there are many also who have been getting in touch in advance of this press conference saying to me, what is he doing? I mean, is there a plan? Because if there is no plan, then, he's up the proverbial creek.
God, I miss it. We've got a couple of the episodes on DVD just sitting over. That's my telly there. telly. And the DVDs are all under there and on the one right up against the wall there next to the window. So, brilliant 55-inch telly that Super Hubby got us. Bargain on Amazon, which is odd. I love that telly. He got me to connect it to the internet. We've got broadband in the house. That is how I can speak to all of you delightful people, my comrades, my friends. So that telly's hooked up now. I've actually watched my YouTube streams on my telly just to see what I sound like on a telly. It's rather fun. I've also blown up my game onto the telly before. And I've put the one I was telling you about, Red Rust 308, I've whacked him up onto the telly as well. When he's done his streams, I type on the chat on the laptop, but he's on the TV. I love that. It's amazing being able to do that. Seeing all my friends. I've done Helena a couple of times. I haven't done Kev yet. I really must blow up one of his videos onto the telly. There's so many ones that I think Super Hubby would like. He'd probably agree with Kev on some things. Oddly enough.
Without a paddle, Sheila, and definitely if Keir Starmer clings on and he doesn't go, then Anna Sarwar's own judgment will be called into question. And he is the one who's putting his neck on the line in these elections in May. I mean, he obviously feels that he has to cut Keir Starmer adrift in order to try and save Scottish Labour's campaign. But as you say, if he doesn't go, and at the minute it doesn't look like he's likely to, unless there is a plan, unless there's now going to be a roll call of cabinet ministers coming out to say they agree with Anna Sarwar, then he will be a very isolated figure. Because I also understand that Wales Labour aren't necessarily planning on saying anything today.
Let me update people on what people are and significantly are not saying as well. For now anyway, Gina, thank you. Gina Davidson, LBC Scotland political editor. The Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, hasn't spoken, but he hasn't spoken in a significant way. Fire away, Aggie.
So a tweet from Kitty Donaldson from The Eye says that Health Secretary Wes Streeting has been doorstepped by reporters in Westminster, asked if he has full confidence in Sir Keir Starmer and refuses to reply. Let's just compare that to David Lammy, Steve Reid, Darren Jones, Rachel Reeves, John Healey, and now Joe Stevens too, who is the Welsh Secretary, all posting on social media iterations of Keir Starmer won a massive majority. He's a good, decent man with public service. Yvette Cooper, the Home Secretary, in the last few moments has just posted on social media. Later this week, Keir Starmer will lead our delegation to the Munich Security Conference. At this crucial time for the world, we need his leadership, not just at home, but on the global stage. And we need to keep our focus where it matters, on keeping our country safe.
This is interesting. You said at the very beginning that between us we were chatting that these next 3 hours are really key ahead of that proposed meeting with the Parliamentary Labour Party and the MPs. What we've got here now is at least one of the papabile, one of the potential contenders, failing to take the opportunity to say, I support Keir Starmer, either in the form of a post or on foot as he was doorstepped. If that continues, because he can't leave it like that for long, not when this deluge of fellow cabinet ministers are saying full support to the Prime Minister. Wes Streeting can't leave the silence hanging for long. If he leaves it hanging, he's decided to run, hasn't he?
I'm sure he can't allow it to hang for long. To Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, I'm not sure we have heard from yet, but I imagine we are now in a position that so many people have posted in such a short amount of time that we are going to need to hear either way from all of them. From all of them, yeah, that is the situation we are currently in. And I think, it is fair to say it is perilous for Keir Starmer, isn't it? I mean, I was speaking to a minister earlier who just said it is end of days, and that's the situation we're in. No matter, it might not get to that, but that is where ministers think we are.
And here's the sliver of potential hope, anyway, where that's not the outcome yet. I think it's going to be the outcome soon, but perhaps not today. I was postulating at the beginning of the programme, this is a man who became Prime Minister because of who the others were. rather than because of who he was. And caller after caller after caller to LBC said that to me, both before and during the general election campaign. I'm voting for Starmer, I'm voting for Labour, not because I love them, not because I really trust them, but we've got to get this lot out. That was essentially the motivation of a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people.
I hate having to agree with Sheila on something. I don't like her for reasons. But yeah, they're not voting for what was in their manifesto. It doesn't really matter if they believe a manifesto if you want to. Seriously, okay, carry on. You do you. I read the manifestos just to see what they've put in them and say, all right, yeah, that's what you're saying. Do I believe you're going to deliver it? Nah. I will say again, believe a manifesto if you want to. I've not believed manifestos for many fucking years now, for many general elections. I've believed them to some extent for Holyrood a little bit. I need actions. I will judge you on your actions, and the actions of this Labour government have been dog shit. They have been. Like, the only party leaflets that I'm getting for the Holyrood elections currently just now over the last sort of couple of weeks, they've all been Labour. They are desperate to get this seat back. Desperate. Oh, by the way, my former Labour MSP, Patricia Ferguson, we voted her out. We brought in Bob Doris. Where is she now? Take a guess. I'm fed up of this happening, them getting voted out up here in Holyrood, and they somehow end up in the House of Commons. I wonder why that keeps on happening. Oh. Seriously, just fuck off. We voted them out. Why do we have to keep on dealing with these bastards? We said, go away. We voted you out. Stay fucked off. Thank you. But no, they usually find some cushy seat in the East End of Glasgow where the vast majority of people still vote Labour. But here in Springburn and Postle Park, we've been voting SNP since the referendum in 2014. Because we said, no, fuck off, you've treated us like shit, you've literally ignored us for decades. Get bent. We're voting you out, fuck off. But no, some of these people just still end up in the fucking House of Commons. I'm fed up of that happening. We voted them out, just fuck off. But they are seen as key people for this movement. No, a lot of them are self-interested fucking scum. And we need to be short of them. We need to get rid of them. Just vote them out and tell them to fuck off and stay fucked off. Just go away. Right. But somehow they managed to find their way down to that den of iniquity. As always. Politics here in the UK fucking suck.
I wonder whether he might survive this moment for now, simply because the wider party and the general leadership there in the cabinet are thinking, we can't be bumped into this. We haven't got a plan. We haven't got an obvious replacement. We haven't got a plan. Not yet.
And there isn't one candidate for everyone to coalesce around either. It's not like in Tony Blair's day where Gordon Brown was constantly waiting in the wings. Yes, there are people, the names we've just been talking about.
Bridget Phillipson, support.
Bridget Phillipson's just posted
Education
in support.
Secretary, yeah.
But the names we're just talking about, the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, Angela Rayner, the former Deputy Prime Minister, Lucy Powell, potentially, who is, of course, the Labour Deputy Leader. Those names, there is not one that everyone in the Labour Party wants to be leader. So does that mean a very bloody leadership contest after Keir Starmer's resigned? And also, I think it's worth pointing out, what if Keir Starmer doesn't resign and he decides, as he said previously, that he would fight in any leadership race? Well, according to current polling, the only two people that would actually beat Keir Starmer are Angela Rayner, who of course has her HMRC tax affairs hanging over her, and Andy Burnham, who is not an MP, so he cannot run. And he's the most popular actually by far with Labour members.
But he's currently locked out, isn't he?
He's currently locked out.
Stay with us, Aggie Chambray, LBC's deputy political editor, will be.
Is it down here? Right, now I'll just go into my history because it should be in there. Right. History!
What's your reaction? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, he's a dead man walking, Nick.
He is. He is, yeah.
He is. No matter what his PR team do now, he's had it.
Yeah.
But personally, I can only go off personal experience of the 65 years I've been alive.
Right.
Discount the first probably 16, 17 years because politics I didn't even think about.
Right.
But
Okay.
from then on, Nick, let's face it, we've had governments that have basically messed up all right through my life. Now,
I think Thatcher achieved a few things, and I think Blair achieved a few things. In fairness, Colin.
Oh, Blair.
Yeah.
Please don't mention. Well,
Yeah.
where's the weapon?
The NHS. He left the NHS. I think his policy as regards opening the doors to people from Europe was disastrous. I just say the one four-letter word, Iraq. But the NHS and education, he wasn't bad on that. Back to you, Colin.
Right, back to me. At the end of the day, the country's in a mess. Let's face it, an absolute mess.
Yeah.
Patriotism is virtually zero. We haven't got a military. We haven't got a presence in the world. The politicians bicker in Parliament. Do these people, these buffoons, not realise that this is being broadcast live around the world? We're a laughing stock, Nick, an absolute laughing stock. I get rid of the lot of them. I get rid of the House of Lords. Stop all the corruption. Stop the leeching. And then I'd put the king in charge and put people in positions, Nick, that had experience in that role rather than appointing an MP.
What's your reaction? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, he's a dead man walking, Nick.
He is.
I'll be back in 2 minutes, okay? I return. Hello. Oh, jeez, this is all mixed up. By the way, come over here. Got it? Yep, there we go. Fantastic. Ta-da! I am back. Uncomfortable.
He is, yeah.
He is. No matter what his PR team do now, he's had it.
Yep.
But personally,
Yeah.
I can only go off personal experience of the 65 years I've been alive.
Right.
Discount the first probably 16, 17 years because politics I didn't even think about.
Right.
But from then on, Nick, let's face it, we've had governments that have basically messed up all right through my life. Now,
I think Thatcher achieved a few things, and I think Blair achieved a few things. In fairness, Colin.
Oh, Blair.
Yeah.
Please don't mention. Well,
Yeah.
where's the weapon?
The NHS.
Yeah,
he left the NHS. I think his policy as regards opening the doors to people from Europe was disastrous. I'll just say the one four-letter word, Iraq. But the NHS and education, he wasn't bad on that. Back to you, Colin.
Right, back to me.
The Blair government introduced student fees. Tony Blair can get bent. For my sins in the 97 election, I voted Labour. My constituency where I lived in Clydebank, guess who my MP was? I'll give you a clue. Her initials are JB, and it's not James O'Brien. My MP, before Holyrood was started and basically got constituted, Jackie Baillie. Wow. So I was on the outer edges of her constituency, essentially. The boundaries for that area that I lived in, Clydebank, are very odd. They are. That constituency itself, when I voted, was kind of large. Because it went all the way from Clydebank to Dumbarton. The outer edges of Dumbarton, really. Yes, oddly quiet. I'd really love to know what he's thinking. I really would. We could all speculate about what's going through his mind. Personally, I would be interested to find out, but at the end of the day, I still don't like the fucker. I really don't. I'm trying to think who I despise more, Jackie Baillie or fucking Tony Blair from that era. Like from 97 to like the early 2000s. Oh. Take your pick, really.
At the end of the day, the country's in a mess, let's face it. An absolute mess.
Yep.
Patriotism is virtually zero. We haven't got a military. We haven't got a presence in the world. The politicians bicker in Parliament. Do these people, these buffoons, not realise that this is being broadcast live around the world? We're a laughing stock, Nick. An absolute laughing stock. I'd get rid of the lot of them. I'd get rid of the House of Lords. Stop all the corruption. Stop the leeching. And then I'd put the king in charge and put people in. I'd put people in positions.
Oh, he was being so based until he mentioned that sausage finger wank. Hello, I am a Republican. I don't think we should have a monarchy. It's the 21st century, for fuck's sake. Just saying. I'd get rid of the House of Lords. Deeply undemocratic, and I hate it. And it's filled with fucking ghouls and fucking decrepit old dinosaurs of politics. Yeah.
Nick, that had experience in that role, rather than appointing an MP into a position he's never, ever even been in.
Well, you might, if Reform are in any way, shape or form successful, they are talking about putting businessmen and women in place in positions such as you speak, and not necessarily relying on their political background. Just lastly, I want to play you that we're going to be doing this later in the show, but you've got me started, so let's start thinking about this. Alistair Campbell, one of the great creators of New Labour and, of course, a real attack dog, he's been strangely reticent about this, Colin, but he's just recently said on his The Rest Is... And listen to what he puts the general malaise, or, as you say, the mess of the country. This is on his Rest Is Politics podcast.
Because of the nature of our politics, the quality, if you like, of our politicians and the political gene pool, the nihilism of much of the mainstream media, the anarchy of social media, with dissonance, hypocrisy, short-termism, naivety, industrialised rage and willful ignorance off the scale, that we're becoming almost ungovernable, that neither the parties...
Alistair, whose fucking fault is that? An ounce of self-realisation, please, I beg of you, you absolute fucking twat. He's just as bad as fucking O'Brien. Fucking hell. You were right in the middle of it. You were the fucking spin doctor for Blair, for fuck's sake. Whose fault it's like this? And the culture you embedded when you were advising or being spin doctor for fucking Blair. You can't be moaning about it now. You're one of the ones who instituted some of the worst aspects of the fucking press. Seriously, the fucking gall of the man. Apparently. What the fuck? The way you operated when you were in Number 10, advising the Prime Minister. Seriously, no, fuck off. You're part of the fucking problem. These bastards. Fucking hell. Alistair, look in a fucking mirror while you're saying that shit. Seriously, I beg of you to do that. Just an ounce of self-realisation, please. Oh, fucking end me. We're never going to be rid of these bastards, are we, Scribby? We're fucked. We're doomed to hear these bastards just be spouting their lines and shit like that, saying we have to do it this way. We've strayed off the path a little bit. We've strayed so far off the path of what's actually good for this country, and you're part of the fucking problem. Seriously, at times I try not to doomer. I just get rage fueled. Saying just an ounce of self-realisation, please, you bastards. I fucking beg of yous. Scabby, do we think Alistair's read theory? Do you think he's read philosophy? Might have. I'm not sure. What was he again? Was he a director of communications or something? Or was he policy? I don't think it was. I think it was communications, wasn't it? I can't remember. Not really, yeah. I'd just be endlessly chucking capital at the fucking bastard. Or just even, fuck it, the Communist Manifesto. Ideally, we should be fucking sending him fucking Parenti's Inventing Reality. I've kind of soured against Chomsky. Prentice's the better writer anyway. I urge everyone, read Black Shirts and Reds. If anyone wants a copy, I've got it. I can send you it if you like. I urge everyone to read that book. Seriously, it is so prescient right now. It fucking definitely is. Especially in the American and European context. But it's also applicable here in the UK. To read Black Shirts, my main recommendations: Black Shirts and Reds by Parenti, Reformer Revolution by Red Rosa, praise be, that glorious fucking woman, and Inventing Reality by Parenti.
Nor the public are really prepared to face up to the big things that need to happen to turn this country around.
Colin, we're in a mess and we're almost ungovernable. In a sentence, how do you react?
First time I've heard that, Nick, I must admit.
That's what I'm here for.
I agree. I agree with everything he said, really, to be honest.
So do I. And I wanted your first reaction because we're doing that later in the show. We will play it to you again. Don't worry, class. It's not that you have to remember it all because there's some long words there. And it's early in the morning, and it's the weekend, and it's a Monday, so I don't expect you to remember. I don't expect you to be able to chant it from memory in a moment.
He's responsible for helping reform gain traction.
Woohoo! Captain Sensible. The only one I can think of is 20 points ahead from Helena's emotes for him. We need to do more emotes about O'Brien. Get back to me on that. I'll think about it over the next couple of weeks or something. See if we can think of a cracking emote. Obviously we can troll through all his broadcasts and shit. And craft a specialist emote for our lovely James, because he is a mine of fucking gloriously stupid takes. He really is. So let me get back to you on that one. I'll think. Oh, by the way, feel free to clip me. I need more clips. Especially when I rant, obviously. Because they do be glorious and they do be Scottish.
I also think that there's nothing decent about misleading voters to vote for him. And I think we're all suffering from amnesia. First of all, he flirted with all wings of the party and said lots of things that appealed to them in order for him to get voted in.
Carol, that's what politicians always do. They say things that will get them voted in. Can you think of a politician who deliberately said things that he didn't think or she didn't think that would get them votes?
But this is Labour. I think we expect...
I know. Can you think of a Labour politician who never said things that he hoped would get them votes?
If you look at what he has said and how he's...
Since I've been
Yes, I do it every day. It's my job.
So he kept the two-child... I think the rot set in earlier, and I think the Mandelson thing is what's going to get rid of him. Now, he kept the two-child benefit cap, and he said country before party, but when those people voted
and then he came into power and discovered the fiscal black hole that has typified almost all of their policy announcements subsequently.
Yeah, I know, but he also...
James, beg of you, watch Helena. Go and watch No Justice MTG. Obviously, be warned. She does kind of slate. Well, she does slate you. And so do I, obviously. I can't believe I used to listen to this man on the daily. Sorry. Young and naive. But Christ's sake. I'll say again, believe a party manifesto if you want to. I read them just out of curiosity to say, alright, how are you going to implement that? And I go through my mind in ways they can actually implement it and get it voted through and pass through the other place. Because remember, there are political dinosaurs in the other place who have no right to be reviewing our laws. We should be voting in the review chamber, essentially. Not have these hereditary or these life peers changing the legislation that the people want. We do have the parliamentary sledgehammer saying, fuck off, you crusty old bastards. It's in our manifesto. We're going to fucking pass it. Get bent. Oh.
He also said that he was going to ask those with the broadest shoulders to help a little bit, so that.
And he stuck VAT on, on school fees, and he went after farmers' inheritance tax, and then he undid that. So, as I say, I appreciate that you thought he was a bad un from the start, but I would never dream of accusing you of cultishness. But in the context of simple competence.
You what, mate? We're not cultists. Like Helena said earlier on, we're basically Cassandra. Most of us on the left. Doomed to say the truth and we never get fucking listened to. And when we get proven right, just keep on shouting at us, student politics and trots and blah 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 and all the other fucking bollocks. So no, get wrecked. Just fuck off. I hate being a Cassandra, don't get me wrong, she's one of the most fascinating characters in mythology. Yeah, but getting treated like Cassandra on the regs, just fuck off. Same's happened to Owen. I've had people coming into my fucking chat, spouting this fucking bollocks. I've played with them a little bit, then I thought, no, bonk, fuck off. Oh, I missed that. Sorry, give me a minute. Oh my god. Where is it? Is it the shield? Fuck. Retype that one. I missed that, Scribby. Sorry. I'll allow that. That's fine. I completely forgot about that fucker. My friend lived in Chiswick. Well, he is really arrogant and rude. James. That's where James is, isn't it? I don't know where Ferrari lives. Probably somewhere in the Greater London area, I would assume.
Making promises he didn't keep, or saying things in the hope of getting votes, I'm afraid, puts you in an entry-level position in the cult of Corbyn, because that's what politicians do, unless they don't care about winning power, which is fine. But the idea that the
I'm going to fucking implode. Or explode in glorious rage. And hopefully with any fucking luck, James will fucking hear me. I want to go into rant, but it will never fucking end. James, you're fucking... shut up. Just fuck off. Diddy, oh fucking hell. I feel for your friend being near that.
The current travails are part of a pattern is just not true. The pattern is that he's not very good at things.
Scrippy, is Chiswick middle class or lower middle class? Or is it like the sort of different little pockets within Chiswick? God, he's so fucking insufferable, isn't he? Fucking hell. Don't get me wrong, we mind him for fucking stupid takes and everything. Because obviously, he's a good jumping off point. For many, many reasons.
It's not that he's corrupt or dishonest or any of those things. He's just not very good at it.
Morally corrupt, serial liar, James. We've been saying this to you for years. And I'm trying to have a... Fucking hell! West 4, okay. What the actual fuck? Like the richer parts here in Glasgow, parts of the south side, so the other side of the river, and in the West End, Partick, Downhill, those sort of areas, even the most expensive ones, they're usually between like 750 and maybe $1 million at the most. But most of them are roughly between $500,000 and 750. And these are proper fucking townhouses with like 3 or 4 bedrooms, study, the large living and dining area, a decently sized kitchens and shit. The $1 million plus ones are usually the other side of the river. Some of the houses in the West End are actually quite nice. But yeah, they're about 750,000 to 800,000, roughly. Christ, that's basically $1 million in the space of 17 years. That's not bad return on investment, essentially. James, you're out with the sort of standard struggles of all of the people of the UK, essentially, the vast majority of us. Like my entire household income between me and Super Hubby, we're lucky if we're getting, I'm including like our council and our rent, our council tax benefit and our rent benefit. We're barely getting in between like 25 and 26,000 a year, all told. In cash terms, like money coming actually into our hands that we can spend to get things, pay our bills, blah blah blah. We're looking about 17,000 or 18,000, somewhere in that sort of region. And that's for 2 grown adults to support a household. Like paying our gas or electric or broadband, other essentials for the house, groceries, things of that nature. Oh yeah, I know that. He sent his kids to private school. He got sent to private school by his dad.
Good
morning, Nick.
Morning.
I enjoy the programme very much.
Thank you.
What's upset me the most, Nick, is people have turned their back on the vote and say, I'm not going to.
Yes.
I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to get off my backside and vote. And people have fought and died in 2 world wars for that, Nick. And then you've got that poor man in China who wants to speak out for this, that, the other.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, I'm not. My nan used to say the only thing you can really call your own is your vote. And I feel so sorry for people. What the hell has this country come to? I really don't
lastly, and we're going to do this more, it's because we've become almost ungovernable. We, the mainstream media, are partly to blame. Social media, in the view of Alistair Campbell, is very much to blame. With industrialised...
My God, Nick Ferrari coming in with a sense of self-realisation, a little bit of it. Fucking hell. Well done, Nick. That felt weird. Yes, Yes, Nick, you are correct. The media is to blame. You're not holding their feet to the fire. Get better. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what else I can say about that. Other than, well done, Nick Ferrari. Okay, that felt really fucking odd. Yeah.
Rage. Any truth to what he's saying in your book?
Well, I'd like to think what Tony Blair's going to say. Tony Blair's been very quiet, hasn't he?
His silence is deafening. One wonders why. Linda, thanks for your input.
What would you like?
His silence is deafening. Funny that. Just saying. Answers on a postcard chat. Why Tony Blair is being silent. I can think of a few reasons. I can.
So, well, for me, I think similar to you, I was a really big Keir Starmer fan at the start.
I was never a really big Keir Starmer fan.
Sorry.
Well, I can't. No, I was. He was the pot into which we had to put all our
there was a lot of
eggs,
hope.
wasn't
Yeah,
it? It was
exactly.
the bar.
No, it wasn't, James. We didn't need to put all our chips into that pot. We really fucking didn't. I'm lucky. I've got a couple of decent parties up here in Scotland. Thank fuck. I can see why England is the way it is. Sorry, Scribby. I love all my English and Welsh comrades. I really do. Yous are all amazing people for following this lunatic online. Much appreciation. Excuse me. Much appreciation to all of yous. Thank you. I've got a couple of get out clauses up here, thankfully. Luckily, you've got one now. You've got the Green Party. Thank God. And maybe in some constituencies, some decent socialist independents as well, which is good. I like. As long as they're not bad in some ways. Yeah. But yeah, the Scots have got a get out clause. So's Wales in Plaid Cymru. And the Green Party as well, obviously. I'll say again, Stormont's a different beast. The politics over there are different and fraught, to say the least. I feel for all my Irish comrades. My sister's in-laws, so my sister-in-law, she's from Antrim. Maybe that's a good thing, Stribby. Are you in the same place as Jim? Jim, speak, where be you? I feel for Jim Speak. His former MP was Therese Coffey. Dear God. So the constituency, I don't think I'm doxing Jim by saying this. Suffolk Coastal. At least they voted that fucking bad singer out. Have you heard that? Her singing at the karaoke. Dear God, just leave that off. You can't fucking sing, missus. And I say that as someone who sings in karaoke and somewhat can't sing some songs. Yeah.
Anyway, go on.
And so it was sort of like there's a lot of hope around his morality.
Yes.
And you know, he was signifying a lot of stuff. You know, he was going against his own people on a very moral standpoint. Like Angela Rayner's gone when her tax affairs weren't in order.
Yes.
Rachel Reeves was, and so it was like, oh, this is looking good, but that stuff sort of doesn't really
Louise
matter
Hay,
on day to day.
every time there was a perception of wrongdoing, sometimes it took a little bit longer than might have been ideal, but it took a heck of a lot less time than it has under any other Prime Minister in living memory. You put a foot out of line, you were toast.
Really good. And that was all really good. And so you think, okay, that stuff, you know, that looks really good, cool. But then when there's sort of racist marches going through London, I was on the anti-racist march, I think, right, let's see that morality in action.
Yeah.
Come on. And then it didn't come.
And you had Labour ministers coming out talking about how people dancing to the tune of a serial criminal and a vowed racist were somehow expressing legitimate concerns. And of course...
The lore of Scribby. Right-winger scarper when Scribby is seen. Love it. Absolutely fucking love it. A Scribby emote. Would you love an emote for yourself, Scribby? It might take me a couple of months to save up for it and stuff, but a Scribby emote. Oh god, I need one now. Yeah. Scribby emote. We all need to talk, my friend. That might be glorious. Having emote just for you. Oh, does it work? Did I get it working again? Give me a minute. I will check. Ah, damn it. I need to go and fix it. If you want to see what that hashtag, that command actually looks like, just go over when Shanna or Cappy's live. So that's the Capricorn.
Bending, ultimately. I know the Labour Party never did this, but the people on that march did. Human beings calling for other human beings to be burnt to death in their bed.
And you just felt you were just slowly over time, the disappointment set in, and you just slowly went, where is it when it really matters? But I think I still kind of cling on to it in the same way you do a little bit, because, you know, if you went out for a meal, I suppose, and someone said the chef's pretty rubbish,
yes,
you'd say,
we do.
okay, but I'd rather have that than the chef who's literally trying to poison me.
Just put that.
Whenever it's easier for you, I've got a couple of things happening at the weekend. Andy Luke and I are going to be talking about Trebbich Lincoln. This one is going to be fun. I had fun with Monty Gregory, and Horatio Bottomley was an eye-opener. But Monty Gregory so far, holy fuck. No, the peerages scandal back in the early 1900s, like 1910s, 1916, blah blah blah. Just before and just after the First World War. Yeah, DM me. Or you can whisper me if you want. I am eminently reachable. I just sit here and do research and shit. Find all the choice things to watch. Yeah. Oh god, you were there, weren't you? Thank you for doing that research for me on the quick. Round of applause for Scribby, everyone. Praise be. Not only chief philosopher, but brilliant researcher for this channel and my lunacy. Thank you, Scribby. Much appreciated. 20,000 in 1916 was a hell of a lot. I will say again, you're not meant to be able to buy these sort of peerages. You really aren't. You're meant to be promoted to the other place for your good deeds, your good work, the things you have done for the country or for the party, essentially. Yeah, 3 million today, which is fucking wild.
On the election leaflets, at least he's not poisoning anybody. So I like this analysis because it's incremental, isn't it? And you brought in things that I hadn't brought in. I mentioned some of the rhetoric that appeared to be a bit UKIP adjacent, but the idea that is also part of the failure to keep those two central promises. We'll get rid of the corruption or the perceived corruption, the perceived chaos, and we will be competent. The 3 C's, actually. We've already had 3 cults. So corruption, chaos...
James? All the sensibles. I'm not including you in this statement, by the way, my good fellow. All the people who had decent policy proposals, other than Ed Miliband, who actually made it into the cabinet, all the decent ones got purged. Faisal Shaheen, anyone? Leanne Mohammed. We could have had Faisal Shaheen instead of fucking IDS. But no, she's on the left. She is verboten. Not allowed in any sort of capacity to be in the House of Commons. Thanks, Starmer. Consigning that to remain in the House of Commons. I literally despise IDS and Gideon. I will say again, 330,000 excess deaths those pair of fucking demons caused. Trying to end people like me because we are seen as useless eaters on the altar of neoliberalism. No, fuck the pariahs. Seriously. You killed thousands of disabled people. The pair of yous can fuck off. And we had a chance to get rid of IDS and get Faisal Shaheen into the House of Commons, which would have been better. But no, not allowed. The Prince of Darkness has spoken.
Competence, and that rhetoric, that weird, almost pandering to the racist vote because they're so frightened of where Farage sits in the opinion polls, is the polar opposite of what anyone who felt enthusiasm for Keir Starmer was expecting him to do.
Yeah, exactly. It was very much sort of like, I'm going to take the really moral stance, but on my own side, and sort of show my kind of big moral, standpoint brutishness on people that I already feel like are in my camp. But if there's a chance of winning votes against people who I really should be standing up against, I'll sort of let it slide.
And if we had to distill it down into a single sentence, it would, for me, I think, be that I don't know what he believes in.
That, I think, is exactly right. That is exactly right.
Does that matter? It does matter. It must, does it?
It does a lot.
Why does it matter, Seb?
Well, you don't get out of bed in the morning unless you're really kind of like, I'm going out to bat for something in particular. And really, he was never the someone you'd go and follow into battle. But if you kind of had something, then you may be able to do it. But he's kind of neither the someone or the something.
Yeah, and then the competence kicks in, because if he's going to be managerial, if he's going to focus on process, if he's going to take each task as it comes and leave ideology at the door, then you have to be good at it.
Exactly.
And he hasn't done that either. And you, speaking of battles, Seb, I'm pretty sure it was Napoleon, although it could be one of those quotes that everybody uses without ever checking, who said you need lucky generals. And he certainly isn't that. Neither has he had particularly lucky generals, with the possible exception of Wes Streeting.
You've got it corrupted. You need to have luck in the battle and decent generals or good generals, he said. And yes, it was that Corsican, by the way. So you've got that wrong, James. Well done. Feel free to ask a historian where you go wrong with your history takes when you're using these sort of phrases. You need to have luck in the battle, but you still need to have decent generals.
Although Wes Streeting has had junior doctor strikes galore on his watch and another one on the way, despite making a very generous accepted offer at the very beginning of his tenure in the health service. But he ain't no lucky general, Keir Starmer, is he, by any stretch?
If it doesn't come through, there's some obviously that I don't get. The auto mod is that's Twitch's mod essentially. I don't see them, but the ones that I do see remind me that check my mod. I'm very liberal. I allow most things. There's some things that I don't allow just for reasons. And when these things crop up, I explain to the comrade or the friend, the person in the chat, that I can't risk it. And I could say, try rewording it, or try using this phrase instead. I like my channel. I want to be here so I can talk to all of yous. Fuck it, carry on, Captain Sensible.
Stretch the imagination.
Darren in Chelmsford, what's the point of Sir Keir Starmer?
Oh, Chelmsford.
I would, Nick, I would say, what's the point of politicians? I go back to the point made by the other gentleman. Politicians, red, blue or yellow, have failed this country over the years. What we need now is common sense people running this country, dealing with NHS, education, law and order, not based on left or right, but based on common sense politics. They have failed us, Nick, and it's time for us to have a...
Just fucking end me, another fucking centrist. Probably with left leanings and probably in different in certain things. No, the centre and the right have fucking failed us for decades. Decades. We need to be moving more to the left now. We really fucking do. This country has been defunded since I've been alive, essentially. Thanks, Maggie, you absolute fucking demon. I hope you are burning. This country is literally screaming out for fucking funding. Yeah, the problem with the Commons, yet again. Who'd have thunk it?
A new direction.
What does that new direction... You wouldn't have any political parties?
Well, it needs to be worked out, but for the first time in my 56 years, I'm looking at reform. I'm looking at for somebody different to run this country. They've found none of them can run anything.
No, they can't.
They cannot run anything. They're based on political left or right, and that's where they follow, which you may say that's what politicians are supposed to do, but it doesn't run our country. It doesn't sort out NHS, our education, or our law and order.
Very gloomy, Darren, but I think you probably will have more reactions on that.
Duncan, what made you pick up the phone?
Hi, James. LTL, FTC.
Well played.
Bit nervous.
Carry on. It's only me.
IOM. I have to say, first of all, really delighted to be speaking to you.
Likewise.
You've given voice to my thoughts and feelings and educated me on a lot of things going on here. I think, for me, the problem with Starmer is, as you said many times, we were praying for some normality and something boring. But what we actually got was someone with, I don't want to say no personality, but with a personality that does not inspire followership. Followership's like a thing that I think is distinct from leadership. You can lead and you can direct and you can delegate, but if you don't inspire, you don't get followers. And I think that's been borne out by the fact that he...
Fuck it, that one's on political custard. We will go to that one because it is endlessly delightful. Because, seriously, these people want to run a nation of 4 different countries? Nigel, get wrecked. I don't trust any of yous, least of all you. And I can see if you get into power, you'll invite back that fucking lunatic Rupert. I don't want him anywhere in any sort of cabinet position, ever. At all. It's bad enough that he's in the House of fucking Commons. I do not want him in cabinet. I can actually see that happening if they actually become the next government at Westminster. he'll invite back Rupert, and that will be just fucking... What? Where can he do the least damage? Low. Rupert Murdoch is in the House of Commons. Fucking hell. Can you imagine? Obviously, he's one of the puppet masters. You know. But yeah, low. I can see if they get back into power, he'll invite that fucking lunatic back in. What government department? Culture, media and sport, maybe? I don't want him in any one of the 4 great offices. Like Prime Minister, Chancellor, fucking Home and Foreign. I do not want him in any of those ones. Look, oh, 9th circle of hell.
Doesn't have anyone in his corner, you know, barring a few resignations in support of, you know, it wasn't him, it was me.
Yeah, and this is, do you know, Eleanor and I were having this conversation before we came on air, and I ran by her my theory of the 3 cults, and it's quite hard to believe that there's a cult of Starmer. Unless you're on Blue Sky, yeah. You're probably not even aware of it. The idea that there are people who are, you know, blindly loyal to Keir Starmer and think he's brilliant, all think he's a man.
I paused at an opportune moment. Rejoice, comrades. BDS is here. Hi, BDS. Oh, God. Oh. Hi, BDS. I'll be back.
More sinned against than sinning. It's a really tiny cult. Well, as opposed to Richard Major, who's a massive cult.
Absolutely, can't agree with you more on that. I think there's a thing that those who support him, I believe, are more. They're still anchored in with hope and better this than, because better this than, you know, God forsake us, but Farage. Then, you know, let's go there. I mean,
well, Trump inspires enormous loyalty. And he's hideous. Farage inspires enormous loyalty, and he's hideous. Boris Johnson inspired enormous loyalty, and he's hideous. So you kind of need someone who can inspire some loyalty and not be hideous. It's not a lot to ask, Duncan.
Well, I think it's a natural capability, though, so that people have, and but whether they develop it through life, nature or nurture, I don't know, but the people who have personalities, who will absolutely engage you and bring you with them, they're dangerous because they can say anything. In the case of Trump and Boris Johnson. But there was another thing that you said just before I came on whilst I was waiting that I thought was absolutely was nailing it for me. It's something I've thought a long time, which is you cannot continue to engage the way that we're engaging to get a message through to people who have not been logicked into their position. You've got to go different. You've got to go use the tools at your disposal in the way they do, but for good, or for the alternative message. Because I think telling people they're bad versus good is a horrible way of trying to bring them with you. It doesn't work. And followers will only follow if they think that you have something that's there for them. And I think that's where you have to say, you know, as despicable as all the racism is, but as powerful as you can't You can't
need
tell
an
someone.
antidote. You need a compelling antidote,
and you
not
can't
just
tell them
shouting
they're
poison,
bad.
poison,
If you tell
poison.
people they're bad because they're racist because you've got to look at what is the reasonable part of their view that can then be turned into a message.
I'd say they'd actually tried that, and they've discovered there aren't really any reasonable parts of their views. Because if you are going to be more disgusted by a crime committed by someone with brown skin than you are by someone with white skin, then you're racist.
I absolutely, and I abhor racism, and I hate the way
I know,
that it's
but they've
coming out.
tried to kind of address what are called legitimate concerns, and then you end up inviting that Lucy Connolly woman onto stage at your political. I know Labour didn't do that, but that's what happens when you pretend that these are legitimate concerns.
I think that's what happens when you have a vacuum of an alternative view to feed them, and I think that we could go back, and I'd love to go for a pint with you and have a good, solid conversation where I'm not imposing on other people's chances to get on the phone to you. But I think there are a lot of things that we haven't tried. And I say we, it's a collective, this amorphous blob that can't agree on anything. But I think we all feel like we're on the same side, but we're all pointing in different directions and not, coming together under a great message and a great leader of someone who brings us all into the same follower group.
Someone who can stick a flag in the ground, and you would look forward to rallying around it, and that's, I guess, why that brilliant phrase, the loveless landslide, which I think was it Gary O'Donoghue that at Channel 4 News? Anyway, it wasn't me. I can't claim the credit for that one. The loveless landslide is what you're talking about, because it was loveless. There was very few people. You can't imagine anyone getting a Keir Starmer tattoo. In fact, if anyone sent me a picture of their Keir Starmer tattoo, I would put quite a lot of money on it being AI and not actually being real. 11:30 is the time. Duncan, I mean, that was brilliant, actually, but I don't think it was obvious, actually, because you could say he's uninspiring, that would be obvious, but it's more than that. His is not a standard to which we muster very passionately or easily. The problem is now...
Super Tansky is kind of a little bit changed. Phil Moorhouse is no longer a party member, but he's still spouting the party line. Bowler Hat Man is he's a Starmer stan. Super Tansky's changing it a bit. I'll give her a due. Well done, Tan. I think Bowler Hat Man and Different Bias, they're lost causes. Hughes, he's not too bad. Other than Brexit, Femi's relatively decent. So we've managed to rescue, in some sort of aspects, Graham and Femi, and to some certain extent we've managed to rescue Super Tan. But Phil and Bowler Hat Man, they're lost causes to me at this point. Don't get me wrong, I'll probably still show them on stream and point out where they're incorrect, because obviously. Case in point, I reacted to his video about the Gorton and Denton by-election, and he was very wrong. Helena didn't show it on stream, but she's watched it. I posted it in the Discord for her. Dear God, Bowler Hat Man, what the fuck? I will say again. We need Hannah in the House of Commons. We really, really fucking do. A working class plumber and heating engineer? Hell yeah, bring it on.
But not you, but I sound pathetic. Oh, I tell you what I really want. I really want someone who isn't charismatic. I really want someone who is dull. I really want someone who doesn't, prioritise feelings over facts.
You've already said that when Keir became leader. You've already said this, James. Hate to point it out to you, I can actually send you video evidence of you actually saying that in the past, about 6 or 7 years ago. The adults in the room, everyone. Round of applause. Round of applause. Seriously, I'm losing my mind with these people. Fucking hell.
He'll be the perfect antidote to all of the dishonesty and corruption that we've had since 2016 and since 2010, if you want to add cruelty to the list. And then here he is. And now we're complaining that he's none of the things that we said we didn't want the next Prime Minister to be. Well, I am. It's me. This is me on the hook. I'm criticising me.
Is that self-realisation? Maybe a little bit. Full self-realisation, James, if you please. Thank you. This little piecemeal of saying, oh, maybe I was wrong, isn't enough now. No, it's not. In any way, shape or form. Full self-realisation, how Starmer-pilled you were. Chances, chat. Chances. Yeah. These people are going to fucking end me, I'm sure of it.
Now, nobody else. But I don't think that I'm the only person in the constituency that I've just described.
Who's up for more? Oh, forecast. That might be fun. I do kind of like Krish. He is relatively decent. Scribby, do you like Krish? Because I keep on using clips of his channel and stuff, I keep on getting offered to watch his whole show. I know, I literally will fucking explode if I watch James O'Brien's whole fucking show. Just, nah. Don't mind me, I'll mind them from clips, obviously, and things that I can react to, because, obviously, it's rather easy to actually debunk the shit that James says. Oddly enough. Yeah. Remind me who that is. Not his sister, who Philip Collins is. Things will probably click with me. Like certain stories and stuff. I remember the stories more than I remember the journalist, which is weird. I remember the content of what they were saying, not the person actually saying it. Unless it's like Owen or someone. Hang on, I'm not comfy. I get myself sorted here a minute. There we go, that's better. Yeah, better position. Oh dear God. Right. So. Right, got ya. So I'm going through things now from. I always thought that Cameron's speeches always fell kind of flat, a bit like Keir Starmer's. Blair was a good orator. A bit like the days of yore. And in the good place of Athens, with all those great philosophers and stuff. Some of who, and most of who were completely dog shit, other than Diogenes, oddly enough. Behold a man. That might be a fun emote.
I can't see how he can survive.
Most of the public just think that the past week or so has confirmed everything that they thought, that there's one rule for the rich and powerful and another rule for everyone else.
We're in real danger now of a fundamentally decent Prime Minister being ousted for an error judgment which he made along with almost every national newspaper editor, lots and lots of columnists, on the basis of the same facts that are available at the time.
It makes it very important that the next leader who comes in absolutely determined to clean up politics.
If there is a leadership contest, is it conceivable that Angela Rayner can be forgiven for having broken the rules on tax and brought back as Prime Minister?
Rejoice! Based, streamer, bassist and musician, and enjoyer of games. Red Ross 308. Hi Red. Everyone, I demand, go and follow Red. They are awesome. Yay! Yeah. Hi Red. Ah. You're just in time for the forecast. The main host is Krishnan Guru Murthy. Relatively decent. I recognise the guy in the middle. I can't remember his name. So you've got Polly Toynbee, Guardian columnist, and at the other end you've got Tom Baldwin, who is Keir Starmer's official biographer. He is dog shit. He'll get the guy in the middle will get introduced, and I'll tell you about him if I recollect. Just on first sight, I can't remember him.
Hello and welcome to the forecast. The government is in full-on leadership crisis, with pressure building on Keir Starmer to resign. The Scottish Labour leader, Anas Sarwar, was the first major figure to go over the top, saying there have been too many mistakes and Starmer should go. A lot of the cabinet are out declaring their support for the PM now, but it is clear things are moving fast. Starmer's Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, quit on Sunday over his advice to appoint Peter Mandelson as US Ambassador. Today, the number 10 Director of Communications, Tim Allen, also quit. So what next? And if Starmer is going, what and who should follow? Joining me, Polly Toynbee, a columnist at The Guardian, Tom Baldwin, former Labour Communications Chief, who has also written a biography of Sir Keir Starmer, and Luke Trill, Executive Director of the More in Common UK think tank. Polly, I mean, first of all, in terms of what should...
Oh, sorry, Luke. More in Common are relatively decent. Relatively. Is that Luke? Hello, Luke Trill. He might actually have some decent takes, oddly enough. Polly's a mixed bag. Guardian columnist can mean many different things. Nah. But Luke Trill should be relatively decent, I guess. Tom Baldwin can go and do one. Seriously, Keir Starmer's official biographer. That book's going to be fucking interesting.
Would happen. I mean, you are sort of with a heavy heart now saying Starmer's got to go.
I've always been a strong supporter of his. I thought he was going to be the great stabiliser. But I think as we've reached this point, I can't see how he can survive. How do you
Polly. Morally corrupt, serial liar. Since they ousted Corbyn, that's all he's been. I don't care what all you Starmer stands at The Guardian say. I really don't. The man has been horrible since he got the keys to number 10. He really has. The policies that this cabinet have been promoting and trying to pass through as legislation in the House of Commons and in the other place, hate them. They can all fuck off. The legislation has been fucking disgusting to me. I don't know. Scottish Green Party member and eco-socialist and Marxist. I don't know. So no, I've not liked him at all. Was it Matt Kennard or one of his colleagues? Someone from Mint Press done a deep dive into Keir Starmer when he was DPP, so that's Director of Public Prosecutions, basically the head of the... Not the head of the CPS, but basically the chief lawyer for the country. England, separate legal systems up here, by the way. You took our great Scottish laws and you corrupted them. Hellmangers, you're all fucked. We still have corroboration. We have a crew of 2 in the police vehicle. How do you write for a plank of teak? So how do you go from that to how the fuck am I meant to write for that man, then write his speech? They are mutually exclusive as far as I'm concerned. Well done, Philip Collins. Contradicting yourself by writing a speech for the fucking wank. Round of applause for you being a complete fucking idiot.
Campaign in Scotland when the well-respected head of the Scottish Labour Party has called for him to go. I think, as one...
Well-respected? Polly, have you talked to any Scottish people? He's not that well respected. I'll say again, Labour are polling 30 in the Holyrood, currently for the Holyrood elections coming up in May. They're polling 3rd. Does that show much respect? Personally, I don't think it does. Just saying.
You get one resignation after another. There's a way you reach a tipping point, and I think we're at it.
So it's inevitable now in your mind?
Well, nothing's ever inevitable in politics, but it looks that way.
Tom, I mean, you have been one of the few voices out there saying he shouldn't have to go, he shouldn't be blamed. It looks like one way or another, time is up, isn't it?
I don't think they're one of the few voices. As you've just said, there's quite a lot of the cabinet coming out.
That's just today. Yeah, but taken a while.
Yeah, well, I think there's probably more support for Keir Starmer remaining than you would think from a sort of quick view of the media at the moment. There is this sort of excitement and glee at the idea we're re-entering that cycle of getting rid of a prime minister every 1 to 2 years. I think the rest of the world must think we're nuts. We're beginning to look like Italy or something in the 1980s and 90s. And,
Well, it's literally on his doorstep at the minute. Literally. Tom. He hired one of the best friends of a known fucking paedophile. He shouldn't have been brought back in. He'd been fired twice. I repeat, fired twice during the Blair era. Due to impropriety in public office. You didn't need to bring him back. You shouldn't have listened to Morgan about that one. Karen Pearson was doing quite well. She was well respected. The Trump administration was actually cooperating with her. She was appointed by the Tories, but she had broad popularity between the GOP and the Democrats and the executive of the White House. He didn't need to get rid of her and bring in fucking the Prince of Darkness. Didn't need to do that at all. And we were shouting from the sidelines, why the fuck are you doing this? He was friends with a known fucking paedophile. So no, hell mend him. He really has to fucking go as far as I'm concerned.
You have a government with a majority 160, working majority 160, 3.5 years to go to the next general election, less than a third of the way through its parliament. And we're in real danger now of a fundamentally decent Prime Minister being ousted for an error of judgment, which he made along with almost every national newspaper.
Because he made that error of judgment in bringing back that fucking bastard, hell meant him. He needs to go. Tom, can you hear us yet?
Lots and lots of columnists, Nigel Farage, to name a few, on the basis of the same facts that are available at the time. And that's pretty unedifying, I think.
But do you feel it's slipping away now?
I think it's becoming more likely that Keir Starmer is going to go. I'm not saying, I think people expressing certainty about what happens next usually very often end up looking foolish. It is looking more likely to have to go and be replaced. As I said, a piece I wrote for the Observer the other day, but simultaneously make it harder, the nature of this scandal, make it harder to find someone to replace him. You know, the idea that if the great sin is being too close and too trusting of Peter Mandelson, you go for Wes Streeting might seem a bit odd. The idea that at a time when, ethics...
Wes is polling lower in approval than Keir Starmer. Thank you. Thank you. Before I went live, I went and checked. So, the draining of all the hydrogen at the middle part of my map is looking a lot better. My dupes aren't coughing and rubbing their eyes as much. Rejoice. Good thing. I've stabilised. I'm keeping it at 10 dupes until I get things sorted. Seems the necessary amount. I've got my hatches, which are doing well. Praise be those delightful little critters. I've got a couple of water sieves at opposite ends of the map because there's lots of polluted water. I've got those 3 hydrogen generators. Doing quite well. The next thing that I need to do, smart batteries and automation. I've basically researched up until a certain point. Level 4 or 5, I believe. I'd need to go back and check. I know I've got all of level 3 essentially. That's all done and researched and stuff. All the way down the map. All the way down the tech tree. So either 4 or 5, I can't quite remember. I might be at 5 on a couple of them actually. Thank you, Red. Any help you can give me, Oni-wise, much appreciated. Mwah. Thank you. Everyone, try Oxygen not included. It is a rather fun little game. Good for sciencey typey people. And me being scientist-minded, I do find it enjoyable. It's a good escape. Because we need it. Other than me laughing at this current Labour government, which is eminently easy, obviously. Ha 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 ha. Keir Starmer, get wrecked. Wes Streeting, seriously, fucking hell. I don't know who I'd be more scared of, Wes Streeting or Shabana Mahmood. Anders on a postcard to Glasgow. I'd love to see the polling for Shabana Mahmood being the next Labour leader or Prime Minister. That might be quite fun to see. Maybe Luke will help us out.
Are being raised in public life again. The automatic choice then is Angela Rayner, who had to resign 5 months ago, over an ethical issue. Now, that's not having a go at either of them.
I do want to unpick that.
But I think there's something weird about this particular story, which makes it more likely that Keir goes and harder to replace him.
Luke, I mean, the public are often ahead on these kinds of questions. Where are they on this?
Well, I think most of the public just think that the past week or so has confirmed everything that they thought about politics, that the system is rigged, that there's one rule for the rich and powerful and another rule for everyone else, and that the system itself is addicted to chaos. So, and I think the interesting thing is when we talk to people in focus groups, it's quite clear this goes beyond, in the public's mind, one prime minister or one government. It's a sense that politics, is chaos now. It can't deliver, that the government isn't in control of events, and that is what is driving people to say, do you know what, we've had enough of trying to preserve and improve our institutions. We want to roll the dice on something new, and we don't mind if it burns it all down.
I mean, Alistair Campbell has sort of raised this question in the last 24 hours about, is Britain becoming ungovernable?
I think that's the right question to ask. As Tom said, Keir Starmer, a very decent man. Nobody is impugning his morals or impugning his judgment and whether he's made the right calls. But a thoroughly decent man who is uncontaminated by any kind of the kind of filth people suspect about politics. And you do wonder whether, in fact,
morally corrupt, serial liar. How many times do we need to fucking see this? All his promises in the leadership election back then, fucking discarded, U-turned on. Then some of his pledges in the manifesto for the 2024 election, all abandoned, or U-turned on, or watered down to a certain extent. Morally corrupt serial liar. Polly, what the fuck? I'd love to know what Yasmin Alibi Brown is thinking. I'd love her take on all this. Excuse me, sorry about that.
Whoever takes over will, within a short time, they might get a little bounce, within a short time find themselves also caught by this public spirit of hating politicians, hating Westminster, refusing to be governed in a way.
But to what extent?
Polly, why do you think that is? Why do you think that's fucking happening? They keep on promising the shit that they're going to do. We're going to do this and make your lives so much better and easier, blah, blah, blah. Fund the public institutions, bring back things into public ownership, into public hands. All you turned on, all forgotten, or left by the wayside, essentially. Why do you think we're all fucking disillusioned and angry at yous? Including you in the fourth estate, the fearless fourth estate. We are fed up of this fucking shit. This country's been defunded, essentially, for the last... since I've been alive, for the last 46 fucking years. Make it end, chat, please. I beg of yous. Polly, why do you think this is happening? Why do you think so many of us are so fucking angry or pissed off or disillusioned and saying, fuck it, can't be arsed, not bothering anymore? That's why turnout has been in the low to mid-30s turnout. And if we're lucky, maybe into the low 40s. Turnout hasn't been above 50 for fucking decades. Decades. I know electoralism, blah blah blah, and all that nonsense. Don't vote only encourages them and all that sort of anarchist leaning things. Don't get me wrong, I agree with it to a certain extent. But why do you think it's like this? You haven't been doing your job for fucking decades now. None of yous. Except maybe from Pickard from the Financial Times, Owen Jones, your fellow Guardian columnist, Polly, I hasten to add, and Declassified UK. You've actually those ones have actually been doing actual journalism. It is good. The rest of yous, no, you haven't. You've all been captured in certain aspects. Some of yous have been completely fucking captured. And I fucking despise it.
I mean, let's jump, if you like, to say, okay, it looks like Keir Starmer might have to go. So let's talk about the what next and the people who might be in the line, as Tom says. I mean, you know, this scandal is going to keep unravelling for quite some time. How does a new leader avoid being drowned by it as well?
Well, it's quite unlikely that a new leader will be involved in the particular Mandelson scandal and the papers that come out. It's all referred.
But isn't it beyond the specifics? I mean, you know, as everyone has said, you know, Keir Starmer's mistakes with Mandelson are limited. You know, it's not that he was part of that scandal. The point is that the scandal is so vast and so grubby and so awful that it is tainting the whole government, kind of no matter what, because most people don't go into the reads of exactly who said what, who knew what, who recommended who is Morgan McSweeney. It's just, this is a massive scandal and it taints the Labour government. How is that not going to affect the next leader as well?
It makes it very important that the next leader who comes in absolutely determined to clean up politics. Labour said it in the manifesto, Keir Starmer said it, but they've done very little. Not the sort of things people notice. Whoever comes in has to say, right, take money out of politics. Really dramatic, you know, trade unions.
Help, please, I'm going to fucking lose myself here. Fuck. Who do you think's waiting in the wings, Polly? Seriously, fucking hell. We've got a shower of ghouls in the fucking cabinet, essentially. I don't trust the vast majority of them. There's ones we really don't need to worry about, like Hilary Benn, Liz Kendall. I don't see her running again, getting 4% yet again. We've got West Greasing, Shabana Mahmood, possibly Yvette Cooper. Fucking hell. And you do realise her husband will be whispering in her ear. By the way, Yvette Cooper, our Foreign Secretary, her husband is Ed Balls, former Shadow Chancellor, I hasten to add, under Miliband when he was leader. I don't trust any of them. And David Lammy, seriously? I could see him chucking his hat in the ring. And I don't want that. Please don't think I'm being racist here. I can't be racist. I have black friends. But no, I just don't like David Lammy. Yeah. As a politician. I don't want him to be Prime Minister either, or Labour Party leader. Right, fine, fuck it, you can be party leader if you want. I don't want him to be Prime Minister. I don't like him. Yeah. The other people in the cabinet under Keir Starmer are mostly either ghouls or fucking dog shit. Or complete fucking idiots. Peter Kyle, anyone? Or downright fucking ghoulish individuals like Pat McFadden. I really don't want to see that as Prime Minister. I really don't. There's a reason I call him the Glaswegian Ghoul. Oh God, can you imagine Scribby just stummy doomspiraling thinking about Pat McFadden being Prime Minister? Oh God, oh.
Won't fund Labour, business won't fund Tories. From now on, we're going to have only small donations from members and, of course, a certain amount from the government as well to support.
I mean, isn't not enough money in politics one of the reasons?
Corbyn was already doing that, Polly. But no, not allowed. Being a grassroots funded political movement? Student politics, blah blah blah. He's an anti-Semite, blah blah blah. Completely fucking racist, blah blah blah. Corbyn was already fucking doing that. And a lot of yous fucking dogpiled on him. So no, get wrecked. That was already fucking happening when Corbyn was leader. You wanted corporate donors and corporate overlords. Hell menches. Really, you're just as bad as the fucking Tories. The lot of yous can get wrecked as far as I'm concerned. I don't want you anywhere near the levers of power at all, ever again. Go away. I'm losing my mind here. Fuck. Make it end, chat, please, I beg of yous.
Mandelson was doing what he was doing.
Well,
you know, Mandelson felt he wasn't paid enough, you know, as a minister. That's why he always wanted these lavish houses that he couldn't really afford.
Well, that's Mandelson's character. I think a lot of people in politics don't expect to be very rich, but he plainly expected himself to be filthy rich. He thought it was just fine, and most people don't. I think that whoever is the Labour leader has to make their signal a clean-up. And it's not that difficult to do. You just have to be brave.
Is it doable, you know, in a way that the public will believe, do you think? I mean, we heard Gordon Brown at the weekend talking about his plan for decontaminating politics. It was a plan for Keir Starmer, and Keir Starmer hasn't done it all.
Well, I mean, strangely, I think, you know, I was thinking this in September, the sort of departures of Peter Mandelson and Angela Rayner in quick succession were an example, I think, of a Prime Minister who actually does have very, very high standards. When new facts come before him, he says, right, well, you're out the door, rather than clinging to people out of loyalty. And so I think there is a sort of different ethical standard to his Prime Minister, but you're right, I don't think that's how this terrible world of perceptions that we live in, he's being seen. My worry about dedicating the next 3 years to a sort of degree of constitutional change and clean up of politics is that sounds great now. It sounded great when we were talking about the expenses scandal. In the end, I don't think that's what most people care about at home and what most people vote on in the next election. I think people are worried about, you know, paying electricity bills. They're worried about their schools. They're worried about their NHS. They're worried about what's happening abroad. And, you know, part of the problem with politics is actually the way it's eating itself, because it's only ever talking about politics rather than about the people. So yes, I am in favour of higher ethical.
We want better fucking policies and things brought back into public ownership. It is not that fucking complex. Relatively easy, come to think of it. And bring all of this back into public hands will piss off her no end. So yeah, bring it on. Make her burn a little bit more, essentially, wherever she is, in the fiery depths. We've done it. Water in public hands. Rejoice. Got rid of peak rail fares. Fucking amazing. Thank you, Scottish Green Party, for that one. Rent controls. Rejoice. Fucking bring it. Thank you, Green. Thank you, Maggie Chapman. Praise be Maggie Chapman. She is awesome. Scottish Green Party member, by the way. Fund the country. Not that difficult. And fucking stop talking about the fucking black hole. We're a sovereign currency issuer. We can do legislation that can actually make the Bank of England, which is essentially a nationalised bank, for all intents and purposes really, we can put legislation through the House of Commons and tell the old crusty dinosaurs in the other place to get wrecked. And we can change the way the economy of the country fucking works and makes it better for people like me, people like Super Hubby, people like my neighbours, people like Scrooby, or Kevin, or Helena, or Orchestran. So, it is not that fucking difficult. If you actually do better policies and actually implement them, you might be liked. Your poll ratings might get better. Especially if you bring back the water companies, the private water companies in England, back into public ownership. Just an idea. You can ask us. We've fucking done it. It is working well for us. And our water bills are really fucking low. And we have one of the best systems in fucking Europe.
I am in favour of saying, we'll have stronger rules. I don't think that should be the definition of what Labour does for the next 3 years.
But is it politics easing itself when Keir Starmer, as you say, was totally focused on the cost of living in recent times? But that's not how...
So why was he doing those shit fucking policies then?
Which is very, very dangerous.
And yet, when Luke does his focus groups, he comes out as utterly untrustworthy and unpopular.
It is quite difficult to be perceived as focused on these really important policy issues when no one's reporting them. I mean,
that's just not true.
Well, it is. It's kind of true that I would.
His message is constantly on the news every day.
Well, but if you see he does events, he did an event on Thursday. It's actually quite an important speech about pride and place, about national identity. Nothing. It was all about Peter Mandelson. And he knew that. He knew that would make the front pages. But
I think in the middle of the storm.
Yeah, but there is a degree to which every policy announcement now is reported on by the lobby rather than specialists. It's done on the basis of what is the cunning strategy behind us, how they're tricking you, or does this help bolster some...
Whose fault is that, Tom? People like Alistair Campbell, Peter Mandelson, Morgan McSweeney, and all the clown journalists in the fearless fourth estate. We couldn't fucking escape it. It was everywhere. I don't know. Oh, I'm losing my mind, fuck. I don't know. So infuriating. Just fucking listen to us, for crying out loud.
Someone's leadership prospects or who's up, who's down, not about the outcome on people out there. And that is one of the things that separates people from politics. They look at this village going on, talking about itself endlessly, and they think, they're not talking about me, they don't care about me.
Luke, I mean, why do you think people don't respond to Starmer's message over the last few months and don't seem to believe it?
Well, so I think there's a couple of things. I think, firstly, the government got off to a very bad start. I think the combination of the Rose Garden speech, which seemed to promise more of the same, Freebie Gate, which made it look like the promise to be a different kind of politics, and the winter fuel allowance basically tainted them from the outset. You've got quite a short window to connect with the public now. And what that did was it made it much more difficult to communicate the positive agenda. Because Tom's absolutely right. When we poll on things like workers' rights, renters' rights, the cost of living measures in the budget, so prescriptions, train fares, energy levy, they are popular, but they have nowhere near the level of cut-through of those negatives. So things like, as I said, the winter fuel, farmers' inheritance tax, national insurance. So I think it's a combination of self-inflicted wounds, but then also, I thought one of the most baffling things to happen was the briefing before Christmas when, just sort of out of nowhere, this attack was launched on Wes Streeting. Because when we then spoke to people in focus groups, they were saying, why are they fighting amongst themselves? Again, it sounds like the Tories all over again. So I think it's a combination of things not cutting through but not having helped themselves either.
Yeah, look, I agree with that. And I think almost the original sin of this government was the noise coming out down street in those first few weeks wasn't about changing the country. It was all this background anonymous briefing against Sue Gray about where their desk were, what their job title was, what their pay levels were. And I think that gives the impression to the public that you're interested in yourselves, not them. And so I do think there's a kind of culture running through the advisor class, journalists, politicians now, where honestly, they're talking to themselves about themselves, and they get very, very excited about it. And the public look at the spectacle and recoil from it. It doesn't necessarily mean it's all populist thing. It's just, why are you always obsessing about what happens in Westminster and what happens in my life?
There is one quite exceptional thing about the times that we're in now, which affects absolutely the way Labour people think, the way anybody who's not on the right thinks, which is the fear that Farage will take over, that the far right, the hard right, will take over at the next election. And the idea that a very unpopular leader can go on just because he's decent, they've got to find somebody who has a good chance of preventing that.
That's what makes this urgent for you, is it? The threat from Nigel Farage.
It urgent, and why he's under such pressure. More pressure. He isn't being given time. He might have been if it weren't for the sense of emergence.
Just in terms of the lessons, Luke, I mean, for whatever comes next. I mean, you mentioned these early mistakes, winter fuel payment, farmers' inheritance tax. Can you explain why these are nationally so unpopular, when actually they didn't affect huge numbers of people? They were both policies that could have been intellectually defended. You've got a huge gap between the young and the old, where the young are the ones who are struggling and the old are the ones who are doing pretty well off. Why were these not policies that could have been justified and been successful and suddenly made him unpopular with everybody?
Yeah, so I think, look, let's take winter fuel allowance, for instance. I think there's a perception, particularly in wonk world, that there are lots of young people hoping to stick it to the oldies. And actually, when you speak to young people in focus groups, I'm worried about my gran. I'm worried about older people. And I think the problem with the winter fuel was it struck at the heart of that. In every focus group, it was older people have put into the country, they've worked hard, and people saying things at the time like, why are they going after the elderly who can't fight back? Now, as it actually happens, older people are very good, I think, at making the case. But it was to go after such a politically salient, popular group, to put the threshold so low. I think if you'd started with a higher threshold, you could have got it across.
A lot of us had said that at the time. For heaven's sakes, lift the threshold. And then it would have been different. You'd have said, well, why am I getting a winter fuel allowance?
Exactly.
That's fine.
And farmers was the same. Really politically popular group. People like farmers, they're seen as, custodians of the countryside and our food supply, particularly since the pandemic. And I think if you go back to the original reason why this has happened, it's because of that manifesto pledge on tax. So they boxed themselves in, unable to do income tax, national insurance or VAT, which meant they had to target specific groups, all of whom elicit a certain amount of public sympathy.
Could a new leader break with that and say, that was a manifesto for different times? I'm going to come in with a different economic policy?
I think it's hard to do it without an election.
I just want to pick up on this, because I think the other problem with a lot of the mistakes they've made is they've sort of thrown themselves or inserted themselves into what they think is an existing media controversy, because that's kind of what you do in opposition to get noticed, without a sense of who they are, what they're defending, what the government's about. So, things like winter fuel allowance, seen as tough and, but you didn't have a story about yourselves there. I think the ID card's a perfect example. Here you've got a piece of perfectly good sort of technocratic mutton, if you like, which they dressed up in this really scary way as it's going to be a way of hammering illegal working by illegal immigrants, and it isn't really. And he managed to alienate almost everybody right across the political spectrum because you were sort of playing to these sort of Daily Mail, Daily Telegraph, Times, Sun, Express tropes. Disability reforms were the same. It was playing into the game that we're sort of going to be tough on scroungers with actually having an.
Isn't this about the lack of their own story to tell? And this is the problem that we highlighted before the election, that they only focused on winning the election. They didn't focus on what they were going to do afterwards and how they were going to.
I think it's not just the absence of a story to tell. It's actually, I come back to this point I'm trying to make about our political culture. It's enough to be getting column inches and being. Playing into sort of an existing controversy, That's the temptation in politics, rather than actually building an argument and an identity about who you are.
But isn't there also something particular to Keir Starmer, which he has deliberately eschewed this Starmerism kind of vision? And actually it means when you speak to the public, they've got no idea what he stands for, and he becomes defined by these U-turns. Whereas at least if he'd come forward and said, this is my vision for Britain, this is what I want to achieve, he'd have something to sort of stand behind and bring the public with him.
Look, he can't do that. He literally can't. He is not capable of being that good an orator at all. Plus, there's no fucking policies. They're flying by the seat of their pants, or knickers if you're American. And the policies that they have proposed and they want to bring in as legislation, they suck. They are horrible. They're right wing. It's a surveillance state. And Shabana Mahmood saying that she wants to create a digital panopticon. No, Shabana, get wrecked. Just, no, fuck off. Is she one of Kev's neighbouring MPs? I can't remember. Shabana Mahmood might be one of our lovely, snarking, very sarcastic Brummy comrade, Kevin Logan. Go and follow KF Logan 1875 or Twitch, or at Ploppy111 on the YouTube. Kev is awesome. Praise be Kev. So Shabana Mahmood is from Birmingham. I can't remember what constituency she is. I want to say Ladywood, but that might actually be Jess Phillips. Oh, there's another one. That's one of the other ones that is in Birmingham that Kev doesn't like. And I agree with him. Jess Phillips can go and piss off. Yeah.
Look, I don't think it's vision, because as you know, vision is a weird word in politics, and normal people don't have visions. Why should politicians? But I think he does have values. I think he could have done much more, and should do much more to project those values in his decisions. Sometimes we just get these sea of bullet points, and we don't have that connective
but
tissue.
This keeps coming back. You keep talking about how important the values are. The most important thing was a plan for how you were going to transform Britain, and they didn't have one.
A lot of the things they do are very transformative. The tragedy of this is that people may just forget because they've hardly noticed the best things that Labour have done, which is rent controls. It is workers' rights. The unions have not come forward and praised Labour enough for the most radical working rights. We're about to have the...
Because they got watered down, Polly. What the fuck? The one that was championing it, doing the best parts of the policy for that one, the workers' rights bill, was Angela Rayner. And just because of one tax impropriety, she should have done her due diligence on that one. Really, Angela, what the fuck? But since she's been kicked out of cabinet, she's still a backbencher, don't worry. She's still there. It's been watered down. And the reason the unions are upset with you, well, the vast majority of them, is you're not serving their fucking members. You're not serving the people of this country at all. It's basically Tories all over again with you. It really fucking is. I keep on saying this. Please disaffiliate. I beg of you, unions, just disaffiliate. Stop giving Labour fucking money in its current form. Just don't. They're not there to represent your members, the workers of this country. They're not. Please disaffiliate. I beg of yous.
biggest fall in child poverty that's ever happened within one government, within one parliament. A great deal of good has been done, but somehow
because of the two-child benefit.
You're never quite sure whether Keir Starmer wants to talk up the good he's done for fear exactly of the right-wing press.
Okay, well, I mean, right now, if Starmer goes, there are two big figures who are in play, Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting. I mean, Tom, you say, the trouble with Angela Rayner is that this is we're in the middle of a resignation crisis caused by probity in politics. I mean, is it conceivable that somebody who had to step down because she couldn't follow the rules on tax comes back not just to government, but to be Prime Minister?
Well, I get a sense from Angela Rayner's people that she doesn't particularly want to even talk about Labour leadership until she's got that tax issue sorted out. So there is a reason for delay here at the very least. I get a sense from Wes Streeting's people that, right now they don't particularly want to have Wes's links with Peter Mandelson examined too closely.
Well, he's now said that he's quite happy to publish everything, hasn't he?
But it does mean there's a reason for delay here. And I think people are sort of jumping over themselves in their excitement to see how soon they can get a leadership contest underway. I'm not sure it's actually in the interest even of the people who want to replace him to have an imminent one.
If there is a leadership contest, is it conceivable in the background and context of a scandal caused by politicians being forgiven and brought back the way Mandelson was, that Angela Rayner can be forgiven for having broken the rules on tax and brought back as Prime Minister?
I like Angela Rayner a great deal. I happen to think that her resignation was a very harsh one. I think she was held to a much higher standard in terms of ethics than Peter Mandelson was when he was appointed as US ambassador. So I think that she has a good reason to be resentful about being forced out of the cabinet in the first place.
What about not paying the right tax?
A woman who is ostensibly on the left, kind of maybe a little bit, getting treated harsher than a cis white man. Who'd have thunk it? Apparently the patriarchy doesn't exist anymore. We've dealt with it. We have feminism, apparently. Right, she fucked up. I get it. Fine, Angela, you're fucking numpty. Angela Rayner is Prime Minister? She would be better than Keir Starmer, I must admit. Oh. Scrubby, you still here? Angela Rayner? PM? Opinions, please. If you want to, of course. No pressure.
I think even the ethics commissioner thought that she was a bit unlucky, but she was held to a very, very high standard by the Prime Minister and by the government's ethics advisor. But when you ask me, do I think it's conceivable she can be Prime Minister in these circumstances, I think it does make it messier. And as someone who doesn't actually think Keir Starmer should be replaced, I think it does make it harder to find that replacement, yes.
Holly?
I think it's plausible. I think it's possible. She's well liked. It depends, of course, what HMRC says. We haven't had the verdict yet. And it may be that, it was a technical error of not great importance, in which case, perfectly possible. But what we have to wait...
Isn't that the whole problem that we're in? We're in a political culture in which people say, people get excused if they're in power. It wasn't that big a deal. If I hadn't paid tens of thousands of pounds in tax, I'd be in court, is what most people are thinking, and I might be bankrupt. But if it's Angela Rayner, not only can she come back, she can come back in the top job.
Well, we haven't had the verdict yet. Let's wait and see what's said.
We know she didn't pay the right tax.
Well, we don't know what HMRC's got to say about it. That's what we're waiting. But anyway, I suspect that there will be more candidates coming forward. If we have a little while, if he doesn't stay.
I didn't actually notice. See this down here? Something's happened to Polly's elbow. or to our lower, yeah, that's her right arm. She's either done something on her arm or to her elbow. That's why it's getting supported like that. I've worn those before because I've fractured and broken my arms, both of them, below the elbow, not the ones up here, not the humerus, thank God. Too many nerve clusters here and up there, to the shoulder. But I have broken. This is my left. Here, 22 years ago, 30 years ago, and 8 years ago. So I've broken my arm 3 times here, and here, and a few fractures on the inside down here. About 15 times, something like that. I will say again, my x-rays are fucking fascinating to look at. You're never going to see them, I'm never going to show them. I do have them on my laptop, and none of yous at all, ever. It would take too long to actually explain how I got each of them. And some of them, I can't fucking remember. And the least said about my feet and my lower legs, the better. Thankfully, I haven't done anything to my femurs yet. But my arms and my fingers and my toes are a complete fucking mess. Polly, I hope you're alright.
I think we might find quite a lot of people coming forward who maybe haven't been mentioned. And until we see a hustings of those people, their strengths and their weaknesses, I think it would be foolish for anyone to immediately call out who they think should be the next Prime Minister.
Well, what about Wes Streeting? I mean, Tom says, there are concerns about his links with Mandelson. Now, his people are saying there's very little contact, we're happy to publish it all, we'll see.
Yes, he said today, anyone who wants to see all of my correspondence, you can look at, which means that he's pretty sure that there's going to be nothing embarrassing there, which is, a good thing to be that open. And I think he has strong supporters. He's very clever. He's very politically agile. He's been a very good health secretary. But
a lot of people don't like him in the Labour Party.
A lot of people say, he's much too Blairite and on the right of the party. The question is whether
polling lower than current PM. How loud do we need to get? He is hated more than Keir Starmer. If they want to completely finish off the party, fine. Make Wes Streeting the leader of the Labour Party. Fuck it, I don't care at this point. I will still sit here and watch your downfall, and I'll be laughing with utter glee. Ha ha ha. This has been brewing for some time, since they got rid of Corbyn. So yeah, hell mend them. Fuck it, bring it on. Make Wes Streeting the fucking party leader and Prime Minister. See what fucking happens to your poll ratings. Why do they keep on choosing these fucking Blairite wanks? Like I've said a couple of times tonight, can we please get rid of all these Blairite bastards? I swear to God, they're going to be the end of me.
Whether he can escape that. I don't think he is sort of bogged down in Blairism, but we shall see.
Luke, I mean, how much do the public know Angela Rayner and Wes Streeting for a start?
reasonably little. I mean, they know more about Angela Rayner because she was Deputy Prime Minister. And before the scandal, you would get a lot of people in focus groups who said, I really like her. She seems different. She seems authentic. I think the challenge is, speaking to people since then, is you get versions of, in fact, we got it from someone just the other week who said, I used to really like her, and then she got power, and now she just looks like the rest of them. And I think she's going to have to do something to overcome that, because there is that challenge of perception, similarly to what people have said about Mandelson in focus groups. Why was this guy even given a third chance, regardless of the Epstein thing? He'd been, booted out of cabinet twice, and this sense that politicians get endless goes, I think, is really difficult.
We also haven't heard from her. I mean, she hasn't done.
Rejoice! Luke agrees with us. Woohoo! Thank you, Luke. Vindication. Tastes delicious. Thank you. So someone who can see our point of view and actually expresses it. Round of applause for Luke Trill. Round of applause. To a certain degree, at least.
A big TV interviewing like that since she had to resign. We don't really know what she thinks about most of politics at the moment.
No, and I think if she were to come in, she would have to do something that, both distanced herself from what came before. I think she probably would have to have that focus on some kind of watershed on cleaning up politics, but also would have to, there would need to be some kind of mea culpa for what she did as well. And I think that would be quite difficult.
Can you have a big change in direction from whoever may take over, given the election was fought on the manifesto? They will all want to come in and say, we need a massive reset, I need to come in with a load of big new ideas. Is there any mandate for big new ideas that weren't in the election manifesto?
Well, I think part of the thing was there weren't that many big ideas in the manifesto itself, and because it was a safety first manifesto, Correct. It was harder then to take the public on some of those difficult decisions. But I actually think what matters more with the public is having a sort of sense of coherent determination that you are going to do what it takes to improve their lives. You're going to be focused on them. You're going to move beyond the psychodrama. And I actually think, you should be, the public will want to know that someone can deliver.
People are talking about Alcans and, most people have never heard of, suddenly being projected into number 10 Downing Street. Is that remotely tenable in the middle of a government's term to sort of put somebody in who isn't even a senior minister?
No, I don't think it is. People expect people to have a track record. They expect to know that they can do stuff. And I actually think it would be a risk for Al Khans or whoever, and not having done a big ministerial job, to suddenly go in. You're untested.
Polly, you're the one sort of raising this idea of there will be other people. Who?
Well, I think that one of the things that people will blame Keir Starmer for a long time is the fix by which he kept Andy Burnham out of this. It may be that if this takes a little bit longer, there will be time perhaps for Andy Burnham to have another chance at another by-election. But it was a pretty savage thing to do. It was kind of dirty Westminster politics. And so for Keir Starmer to be totally Mr. Clean...
Well done, Polly. Round of applause for Polly. You're correct. Well done. Round of applause. His approval ratings for him being mayor are very high. They are. And that legislation was rushed through because they could actually see it happening because of the incumbent in Gorton and Denton, Andrew Gwynn? Gwynn. Was going to have to step down due to the reasons. Yeah. But no, Andy was blocked due to rushed legislation to stop him and other Labour mayors with better approval ratings. I'm including Keir, including Sadiq Khan in this grouping as well, because he's polling quite well in London, oddly enough. Just like Andy Burnham, in Greater Manchester. His approval ratings are quite good. Nice one. He's a Blairite, but he's a self-realised Blairite who has kind of reformed himself a little bit. He would be better than Keir Starmer, obviously, and that was just deeply cynical of them actually doing that to block him from becoming the Labour candidate for the by-election. Oh no, they'll challenge our great leader. And they had a collective hissy fit. So no, they brought this on themselves, so yeah, they can all get fucking wrecked. Enough said. But with any luck, Hannah Spencer will become the MP for Gorton and Denton. Oh, can't wait. I will say again, I am not complacent. I know how the electoral system works here in the UK and everything, and all those different fucking caveats, because first past the post is fucking garbage, as always. But it is looking favourable for Hannah. Bring it.
After that, doesn't look so good.
I mean, I'd take issue with that. I mean, I like Andy Burnham, but the world and his dog knew Andy Burnham was coming back to Parliament in order to challenge Keir Starmer for the leadership. I don't think any leader of any major political party in the world would say, "Come on in, we'll give you special permission." No, that'd be great. It's nuts. I couldn't.
Rejoice! Parkour's language is lurking in the void. Watch out for the tardigrades Parkours. Everyone, go and follow Parkour's language. They be DJ. They be playing War Thunder. They be awesome.
Really understand why it was seen as so controversial at the time. My worry, and I think Keir's worry about this, is that the party that deserves to win the next general election is the party which is not staring at its navel, which is not engaged in factional battles between Angela Rayner's left and Wes Streeting's right, or this or that. It's the party that's focused on the needs of the British people at this incredibly fragile, dangerous time for the world. And I really am concerned now that everyone's rubbing hands with glee. Great, we're going to get a leadership election. Yeah, we just talk about Labour Party, this faction or that faction, and the public turn away.
Haven't they already? Isn't that the problem? Keir Starmer has taken Labour to 16 to 20% in the polls. The public have already turned away from his brand.
Look, the third away for a parliament with a big majority. The thing to be doing now is focusing on governing to actually bring about some of the change that you can.
But you know that's not normal.
In very difficult circumstances.
Tom, for fuck's sake, he isn't going to do that. Either by will or by design. At all. And certain portions of the Labour backbench, the government backbenches, are going to rebel against certain types of policies. You know this. Are we getting loud enough yet for you to hear us? What the actual fuck? Oh God. I'm done. I'm reading out. Thank you everyone. Sorry Parkour, by the way, my comrade. There's a few route targets we can go to. Let's see. I went and checked. Oh, of course. Thank you, Parkour. Much appreciated. As always, pleasure to see you in chat. Let's see who we can go to. We've got the delightful Laney, as always. Raptor's still going. Raptor. We have Maple. Oh, Moist Critical. Interesting. We have Base Canadian, Maple Ticks. We have Squidadier. We have Sad Girl, another base Canadian. Praise be Sad Girl. We have Q. I haven't rated Q for a while. We have Bill Boneless. We have Jester. We have Xerxes. And we have the Burb that doodles. Oh. Sorry, Parkourse. Based. Based. Black. Individual. Raptor. Praise be Raptor. We'll go and say hi to Raptor. Feel free to go and visit Jester. So to Raptor we go. No problem. Thank you, Parkours. Let's go and say hi. I'm done with them.
That level of unpopularity
any
is
sort
not
of
normal.
change, getting any sort of focus on the British.
Shut up, Tom. You're a wank. Oh, Citizen Chat. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take a measure if you need to take any. Stay based. Free Palestine. And laugh at my current government because obviously it's easy.
Ohio's just bad. Well, I got nothing to add to that. I'm sorry. Ohio is just bad. Mad Cat, thank you.